The Bee by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Bee, from What is Man and Other Essays, by Mark Twain. It was Maeterlinck who introduced me to the bee. I mean in the psychical and in the poetic way. I had had a business introduction earlier. It was when I was a boy. It is strange that I should remember a formality like that so long. It must be nearly 60 years. Bee scientists always speak of the bee as she. It is because all the important bees are of that sex. In the hive there is one married bee, called the queen. She has 50,000 children. Of these, about 100 are sons. The rest are daughters. Some of the daughters are young maids. Some are old maids, and all are virgins, and remain so. Every spring the queen comes out of the hive and flies away with one of her sons and marries him. The honeymoon lasts only an hour or two. Then the queen divorces her husband, and returns home competent to lay 2,000,000 eggs. This will be enough to last the year, but not more than enough, because hundreds of bees are drowned every day, and other hundreds are eaten by birds, and it is the queen's business to keep the population up to standard, say 50,000. She must always have that many children on hand and efficient during the busy season, which is summer, or winter would catch the community short of food. She lays from 2,000 to 3,000 eggs a day, according to the demand, and she must exercise judgment, and not lay more than are needed in a slim flower harvest, nor fewer than are required in a prodigal one, or the board of directors will dethrone her, and elect a queen that has more sense. There are always a few royal heirs in stock and ready to take her place, ready and more than anxious to do it, although she is their own mother. These girls are kept by themselves, and are regally fed and tended from birth. No other bees get such fine food as they get, or live such a high and luxurious life. By consequence they are larger and longer and sleeker than their working sisters, and they have a curved sting, shaped like a scimitar, while the others have a straight one. A common bee will sting any one or anybody, but a royalty stings royalties only. A common bee will sting and kill another common bee for cause, but when it is necessary to kill the queen, other ways are employed. When a queen has grown old and slack, and does not lay eggs enough, one of her royal daughters is allowed to come to attack her, the rest of the bees looking on at the duel, and seeing fair play. It is a duel with the curved stings. If one of the fighters gets hard-pressed and gives it up and runs, she is brought back and must try again, once, maybe twice. Then, if she runs yet once more for her life, judicial death is her portion. Her children pack themselves into a ball around her person, and hold her in that compact grip 2 or 3 days, until she starves to death or is suffocated. Meantime, the victor bee is receiving royal honors, and performing the one royal function, laying eggs. As regards the ethics of the judicial assassination of the queen, that is a matter of politics, and will be discussed later, in its proper place. During substantially the whole of her short life of 5 or 6 years, the queen lives in Egyptian darkness and stately seclusion of the royal apartments, with none about her but plebeian servants, who give her empty lip affection in place of the love which her heart hungers for, who spy upon her in the interest of her waiting heirs, and report and exaggerate her defects and deficiencies to them, who fawn upon her and flatter her to her face, and slander her behind her back, who grovel before her in the day of her power, and forsake her in her age and weakness. There she sits, friendless, upon her throne through the long night of her life, cut off from the consoling sympathies and sweet companionship and loving endearments which she craves, by the gilded barriers of her awful rank, a forlorn exile in her own house and home, weary object of formal ceremonies and machine-made worship, winged child of the sun, native to the free air and the blue skies and the flowery fields, doomed by the splendid accident of her birth to trade this priceless heritage for a black captivity, a tinsel grandeur, and a loveless life, with shame and insult at the end, and a cruel death, and condemned by the human instinct in her to hold the bargain valuable. Huber, Lubbock, Maeterlinck, in fact all the great authorities, are agreed in denying that the bee is a member of the human family. I do not know why they have done this, but I think it is from dishonest motives. Why, the innumerable facts brought to light by their own painstaking and exhaustive experiments prove that if there is a master fool in the world, it is the bee. That seems to settle it. But that is the way of the scientist. He will spend 30 years in building up a mountain range of facts with the intent to prove a certain theory. Then he is so happy in his achievement that as a rule he overlooks the main chief fact of all, that his accumulation proves an entirely different thing. When you point out this miscarriage to him, he does not answer your letters. When you call to convince him, his servant prevaricates, and you do not get in. Scientists have odious manners, except when you prop up their theory. Then you can borrow money of them. To be strictly fair, I will concede that now and then one of them will answer your letter, but when they do, they avoid the issue. You cannot pin them down. When I discovered that the bee was human, I wrote about it to all those scientists whom I have just mentioned. For evasions, I have seen nothing to equal the answers I got. After the queen, the personage next in importance in the hive is the virgin. The virgins are 50,000 or 100,000 in number, and they are the workers, the laborers. No work is done in the hive or out of it, save by them. The males do not work, the queen does not work, unless laying eggs is work, but it does not seem so to me. There are only 2 million of 'em anyway, and all of 5 months to finish the contract in. The distribution of work in a hive is as cleverly and elaborately specialized as it is in a vast American machine shop or factory. A bee that has been trained to one of the many and various industries of the concern doesn't know how to exercise any other, and would be offended if asked to take a hand in anything outside of her profession. She is as human as a cook, and if you should ask the cook to wait on the table, you know what will happen. Cooks will play the piano if you like, but they draw the line there. In my time I have asked a cook to chop wood, and I know about these things. Even the hired girl has her frontiers. True, they are vague, they are ill-defined, even flexible, but they are there. This is not conjecture. It is founded on the absolute. And then the butler. You ask the butler to wash the dog. It is just as I say. There is much to be learned in these ways without going to books. Books are very well, but books do not cover the whole domain of aesthetic human culture. Pride of profession is one of the boniest bones in existence, if not the boniest. Without doubt it is so in the hive. End of The Bee, by Mark Twain.
Climatic Changes in the Southern Hemisphere, by C.A.M. Tabor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Climatic Changes in the Southern Hemisphere, by C.A.M. Tabor. From the Scientific American Supplement, September 12, 1891. Having had occasion to cruise a considerable time over the Southern Ocean, I have had my attention directed to its prevailing winds and currents, and the way in which they affect its temperature, and also to the ice-worn appearance of its isolated lands. It is now generally conceded that the lands situated in the high latitudes of the southern hemisphere have in the remote past been covered with ice sheets, similar to the lands which lie within the Antarctic Circle. The shores of southern Chile, from latitude 40 degrees to Cape Horn, show convincing evidence of having been overrun by heavy glaciers, which scored out the numerous deep channels that separate the Patagonian coast from its islands. The Falkland Islands and South Georgia abound with deep friths. New Zealand and Kerguelen Land also exhibit the same evidence of having been ice-laden regions, and it is said that the southern lands of Africa and Australia show that ice accumulated at one time to a considerable extent on their shores. At this date we find the southern ice sheets mostly confined to regions within the Antarctic Circle. Still, the lands of Chile, South Georgia, and New Zealand possess glaciers reaching the low lands, which are probably growing in bulk, for it appears that the Antarctic cold is slowly on the increase, and the reasons for its increase are the same as the causes which brought about the frigid period which overran with ice all lands situated in the high southern latitudes. Why there should be a slow increase of cold on this portion of the globe is because of the independent circulation of the waters of the Southern Ocean. The strong westerly winds of the southern latitudes are constantly blowing the surface waters of the sea from west to east around the globe. This causes an effectual barrier which the warm tropical currents cannot penetrate to any great extent. For instance, the tropical waters of the high ocean levels, which lie abreast Brazil in the Atlantic and the east coast of Africa in the Indian Ocean, are not attracted far into the Southern Sea, because the surface waters of the latter sea are blown by the westerly winds from west to east around the globe. Consequently, the tropical waters moving southward are turned away by the prevailing winds and currents from entering the Southern Ocean. Thus, the ice is accumulating on its lands, and the temperature of its waters slowly falling through their contact with the increasing ice, and such conditions will continue until the lands of the high southern latitudes are again covered with glaciers, and the southern ice period perfected. But while this gathering of ice is being brought about, the Antarctic continent, now nearly covered with an ice sheet, will, through the extension of glaciers out into its shallow waters, cover a larger area than now, for where the waters are shoal, the glowing glaciers, resting on a firm bottom, will advance into the sea, and this advancement will continue wherever the shallow waters extend. Especially will this be the case where the snowfall is great. Under such conditions, it appears that the only extensive body of shallow water extending from the ice-clad southern continent is the shoal channel which separates the South Shetlands from Cape Horn, which is a region of great snowfall. Therefore, should the Antarctic ice gain sufficient thickness to rest on the bottom of this shallow sea, it would move into the Cape Horn channel and eventually close it. The ice growth would not be entirely from the southern continent, but also from lands in the region of Cape Horn. Thus, the Antarctic continent and South America would be connected by an isthmus of ice, and consequently the independent circulation of the Southern Ocean arrested. Hence it will be seen that the westerly winds, instead of blowing the surface waters of the Southern Ocean constantly around the globe, as they are known to do today, would instead blow the surface waters away from the easterly side of the ice-formed isthmus, which would cause a low sea level along its Atlantic side, and this low sea level would attract the tropical waters from their high level against Brazil well into the southern seas, and so wash the Antarctic continent to the eastward of the South Shetlands. The tropical waters thus attracted southward would be cooler than the tropical waters of today, owing to the great extension of cold in the southern latitudes. Still, they would begin the slow process of raising the temperature of the Southern Ocean, and would in time melt the ice in all southern lands. Not only the Brazil currents would penetrate the southern seas, as we have shown, but also the waters from the high level of the tropical Indian Ocean, which now pass down the Mozambique Channel, would reach a much larger latitude than now. The ice-made isthmus uniting South America to the Antarctic continent would, on account of its location, be the last body of ice to melt from the southern hemisphere, it being situated to windward of the tropical currents, and also in a region where the fall of snow is great. Yet it would eventually melt away, and the independent circulation of the Southern Ocean again is established. But it would require a long time for ice sheets to again form on southern lands, because of the lack of icebergs to cool the southern waters. Still, their temperature would gradually lower with the exclusion of the tropical waters, and consequently ice would slowly gather on the Antarctic lands. The above theory thus briefly presented to account for the climatic changes of the high southern latitudes is in full accord with the simple workings of nature as carried on today, and it is probable that the formation of continents and oceans, as well as the Earth's motions in its path around the Sun, have met with little change since the cold era iced the lands of the high latitudes. At an early age, previous to the appearance of frigid periods, the ocean waters of the high latitudes probably did not possess an independent circulation sufficient to lower the temperature so that glaciers could form. This may have been owing to the shallow sea bottom south of Cape Horn having been above the surface of the water, the channel having since been formed by a comparatively small change in the ocean's level. For, while considering this subject, it is well to keep in mind that whenever the western continent extended to the Antarctic Circle, it prevented the independent circulation of the southern ocean waters. Consequently, during such times, ice periods could not have occurred in the southern hemisphere. It will be noticed that according to the views given above, the several theories which have been published to account for great climatic changes neglect to set forth the only efficacious methods through which nature works for conveying and withdrawing tropical heat sufficient to cause temperate and frigid periods in the high latitudes. While lack of space forbids an explanation of the causes which would perfect an ice period in the northern hemisphere, I will say that it could be mainly brought about through the independent circulation of the Arctic waters, which now largely prevent the tropical waters of the North Atlantic from entering the Arctic seas, thus causing the accumulation of ice sheets on Greenland. But before a northern ice period can be perfected, it seems that it will need to cooperate with a cold period in the southern hemisphere, and in order to have the ice of a northern frigid period melt away, it would require the assistance of a mild climate in the high southern latitudes. End of Climatic Changes in the Southern Hemisphere by C.A.M. Tabor. Read by Availle in October 2011.
Crito by Plato. Translated by Benjamin Jowett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Crito by Plato. Persons of the Dialogue. Socrates, Crito. Scene: the prison of Socrates. "Why have you come at this hour, Crito? It must be quite early." "Yes, certainly." "What is the exact time?" "The dawn is breaking." "I wondered that the keeper of the prison would let you in." "He knows me, because I often come, Socrates. Moreover, I have done him a kindness." "And are you only just arrived?" "No, I came some time ago." "Then why did you sit and say nothing, instead of at once awakening me?" "I should not have liked myself, Socrates, to be in such great trouble and unrest as you are. Indeed, I should not. I have been watching with amazement your peaceful slumbers, and for that reason I did not awake you, because I wished to minimize the pain. I have always thought you to be of a happy disposition, but never did I see anything like the easy, tranquil manner in which you bear this calamity. Why, Crito, when a man has reached my age, he ought not to be repining at the approach of death. And yet other old men find themselves in similar misfortunes, and age does not prevent them from repining. That is true, but you have not told me why you come at this early hour." "I come to bring you a message which is sad and painful, not, as I believe, to yourself, but to all of us who are your friends, and saddest of all, to me." "What? Has the ship come from Delos, on the arrival of which I am to die?" "No, the ship has not actually arrived, but she will probably be here to-day, as persons who have come from Sunium tell me that they have left her there, and therefore to-morrow, Socrates, will be the last day of your life." "Very well, Crito. If such is the will of God, I am willing. But my belief is that there will be a delay of a day." "Why do you think so?" "I will tell you. I am to die on the day after the arrival of the ship. Yes, that is what the authorities say. But I do not think that the ship will be here until tomorrow. This I infer from a vision which I had last night, or rather only just now, when you fortunately allowed me to sleep." "And what was the nature of the vision?" "There appeared to me the likeness of a woman, fair and comely, clothed in bright raiment, who called to me and said, 'O Socrates, the third day hence to Phthia shalt thou go.' What a singular dream, Socrates!" "There can be no doubt about the meaning, Crito, I think." "Yes, the meaning is only too clear. But oh, my dear Socrates, let me entreat you once more to take my advice and escape. For if you die, I shall not only lose a friend who can never be replaced, but there is another evil. People who do not know you and me will believe that I might have saved you if I had been willing to give money, but that I did not care. Now, can there be a worse disgrace than this, that I should be thought to value money more than the life of a friend? For the many will not be persuaded that I wanted you to escape, and that you refused." "But why, my dear Crito, should we care about the opinion of the many? Good men, and they are the only persons who are worth considering, will think of these things truly as they occurred. But you see, Socrates, that the opinion of the many must be regarded, for what is now happening shows that they can do the greatest evil to any one who has lost their good opinion. I only wish it were so, Crito, and that the many could be the greatest evil. For then they would also be able to do the greatest good, and what a fine thing this would be! But in reality they can do neither, for they cannot make a man either wise or foolish, and whatever they do is the result of chance. Well, I will not dispute with you, but please to tell me, Socrates, whether you are not acting out of regard to me and your other friends. Are you not afraid that if you escape from prison we may get into trouble with the informers for having stolen you away, and lose either the whole or a great part of our property, or that even a worse evil may happen to us? Now if you fear on our account, be at ease, For in order to save you, we ought surely to run this or even a greater risk. Be persuaded, then, and do as I say. Yes, Crito, that is one fear which you mention, but by no means the only one. Fear not. There are persons who are willing to get you out of prison at no great cost, and as for the informers, they are far from being exorbitant in their demands. A little money will satisfy them. My means, which are certainly ample, are at your service, and if you have a scruple about spending all mine, here are strangers who will give you the use of theirs, and one of them, Simmias the Theban, has brought a large sum of money for this very purpose, and Cebes and many others are prepared to spend their money in helping you to escape. I say, therefore, do not hesitate on our account, and do not say, as you did in the court, that you will have a difficulty in knowing what to do with yourself anywhere else. For men will love you in other places to which you may go, and not in Athens only. There are friends of mine in Thessaly, if you like to go to them, who will value and protect you, and no Thessalian will give you any trouble. Nor can I think that you are all justified, Socrates, in betraying your own life when you might be saved. In acting thus, you are playing into the hands of your enemies, who are hurrying on your destruction. And further, I should say that you are deserting your own children, for you might bring them up and educate them, instead of which you go away and leave them, and they will have to take their chance. And if they do not meet with the usual fate of orphans, there will be small thanks to you. No man should bring children into the world who is unwilling to persevere to the end in their nurture and education. But you appear to be choosing the easier part, not the better and manlier, which would have been more becoming in one who professes to care for virtue in all his actions, like yourself. And indeed, I am ashamed not only of you, but of us who are your friends, when I reflect that the whole business will be attributed entirely to our want of courage. The trial need never have come on, or might have been managed differently, and this last act, or crowning folly, will seem to have occurred through our negligence and cowardice, who might have saved you, if we had been good for anything. And you might have saved yourself, for there was no difficulty at all. See now, Socrates, how sad and discreditable are the consequences, both to us and you. Make up your mind then, or rather have your mind already made up, for the time of deliberation is over, and there is only one thing to be done, which must be done this very night, and if we delay at all, will be no longer practicable or possible. I beseech you, therefore, Socrates, be persuaded by me, and do as I say. Dear Crito, your zeal is invaluable, if a right one. But if wrong, the greater the zeal, the greater the danger. And therefore we ought to consider whether I shall or shall not do as you say. For I am, and always have been, one of those natures who must be guided by reason, whatever the reason may be which, upon reflection, appears to me to be the best. And now that this chance has befallen me, I cannot repudiate my own words. The principles which I have hitherto honored and revered I still honor, and unless we can at once find other and better principles, I am certain not to agree with you. No, not even if the power of the multitude could inflict many more imprisonments, confiscations, deaths, frightening us like children with hobgoblin terrors. What will be the fairest way of considering the question? Shall I return to your old argument about the opinions of men? We were saying that some of them are to be regarded, and others not. Now, were we right in maintaining this before I was condemned? And has the argument which was once good now proved to be talk for the sake of talking, mere childish nonsense? That is what I want to consider with your help, Crito. Whether, under my present circumstances, the argument appears to be in any way different or not, and is to be allowed by me or disallowed. That argument, which, as I believe, is maintained by many persons of authority, was to the effect, as I was saying, that the opinions of some men are to be regarded, and of other men not to be regarded. Now you, Crito, are not going to die tomorrow. At least, there is no human probability of this, and therefore you are disinterested, and not liable to be deceived by the circumstances in which you are placed. Tell me, then, whether I am right in saying that some opinions, and the opinions of some men only, are to be valued, and that other opinions, and the opinions of other men, are not to be valued. I ask you whether I was right in maintaining this. Certainly. The good are to be regarded, and not the bad? Yes. And the opinions of the wise are good, and the opinions of the unwise are evil? Certainly. And what was said about another matter? Is the pupil who devotes himself to the practice of gymnastics supposed to attend to the praise and blame and opinion of every man, or of one man only, his physician or trainer, whoever he may be? Of one man only. And he ought to fear the censure and welcome the praise of that one only, and not of the many. Clearly so. And he ought to act and train and eat and drink in the way which seems good to his single master, who has understanding, rather than according to the opinion of all other men put together. True. And if he disobeys and disregards the opinion and approval of the one, and regards the opinion of the many who have no understanding, will he not suffer evil? Certainly he will. And what will the evil be, whither tending, and what affecting in the disobedient person? Well, clearly affecting the body. That is what is destroyed by the evil. Very good. And is not this true, Crito, of other things, which we need not separately enumerate? In questions of just and unjust, fair and foul, good and evil, which are the subjects of our present consultation, ought we to follow the opinion of the many and to fear them, or the opinion of the one man who has understanding? Ought we not to fear and reverence him more than all the rest of the world? And if we desert him, shall we not destroy and injure that principle in us which may be assumed to be improved by justice and deteriorated by injustice? There is such a principle. Certainly there is, Socrates. Take a parallel instance. If, acting under the advice of those who have no understanding, we destroy that which is improved by health and is deteriorated by disease, would life be worth having? And that which has been destroyed is the body? Yes. Could we live, having an evil and corrupted body? Certainly not. And will life be worth having, if that higher part of man be destroyed, which is improved by justice and depraved by injustice? Do we suppose that principle, whatever it may be in man, which has to do with justice and injustice, to be inferior to the body? Certainly not. More honorable than the body? Far more. Then, my friend, we must not regard what the many say of us, but what he, the one man who has understanding of just and unjust, will say, and what the truth will say. And therefore you begin in error when you advise that we should regard the opinion of the many about just and unjust, good and evil, honorable and dishonorable. Well, some one will say, but the many can kill us. Yes, Socrates, that will clearly be the answer. And it is true. But still I find with surprise that the old argument is unshaken as ever, and I should like to know whether I may say the same of another proposition, that not life, but a good life, is to be chiefly valued. Yes, that also remains unshaken. And a good life is equivalent to a just and honorable one? That holds also? Yes, it does. From these premises I proceed to argue the question, whether I ought or ought not to try and escape without the consent of the Athenians, and if I am clearly right in escaping, then I will make the attempt, but if not, I will abstain. The other considerations which you mention of money and loss of character, and the duty of educating one's children, are, I fear, only the doctrines of the multitude, who would be as ready to restore people to life, if they were able, as they are to put them to death, and with as little reason. But now, since the argument has thus far prevailed, the only question which remains to be considered is whether we shall do rightly either in escaping or in suffering others to aid in our escape and paying them in money and thanks, or whether in reality we shall not do rightly, and if the latter, then death or any other calamity which may ensue on my remaining here must not be allowed to enter into the calculation. I think that you are right, Socrates. How then shall we proceed? Let us consider the matter together, and do you either refute me if you can, and I will be convinced, or else cease, my dear friend, from repeating to me that I ought to escape against the wishes of the Athenians, for I highly value your attempts to persuade me to do so, but I may not be persuaded against my own better judgment. And now please to consider my first position, and try how you can best answer me. I will. Are we to say that we are never intentionally to do wrong, or that in one way we ought and in another way we ought not to do wrong, or is doing wrong always evil and dishonorable, as I was just now saying, as has already been acknowledged by us? Are all our former admissions, which were made within a few days, to be thrown away? And have we, at our age, been earnestly discoursing with one another all our life long, only to discover that we are no better than children? Or, in spite of the opinion of the many, and in spite of the consequences whether better or worse, shall we insist on the truth of what was then said, that injustice is always an evil and dishonor to him who acts unjustly? Shall we say so or not? Yes. Then we must do no wrong? Certainly not. Nor, when injured, injure in return, as many imagine, for we must injure no one at all. Clearly not. Again, Crito, may we do evil? Surely not, Socrates. And what of doing evil in return for evil, which is the morality of the many? Is that just or not? Not just. For doing evil to another is the same as injuring him. Very true. Then we ought not to retaliate or render evil for evil to anyone, whatever evil we may have suffered from him. But I would have you consider, Crito, whether you really mean what you are saying. For this opinion has never been held, and never will be held, by any considerable number of persons, and those who are agreed, and those who are not agreed upon this point, have no common ground, and can only despise one another when they see how widely they differ. Tell me, then, whether you agree with and assent to my first principle, that neither injury nor retaliation, nor warding off evil by evil is ever right. And shall that be the premise of our argument? Or do you decline and dissent from this? For so I have ever thought, and continue to think. But if you are of another opinion, let me hear what you have to say. If, however, you remain of the same mind as formerly, I will proceed to the next step. You may proceed, for I have not changed my mind. Then I will go on to the next point, which may be put in the form of a question. Ought a man to do what he admits to be right, or ought he to betray the right? He ought to do what he thinks right. But if this is true, what is the application? In leaving the prison against the will of the Athenians, do I wrong any? Or rather, do I not wrong those whom I ought least to wrong? Do I not desert the principles which were acknowledged by us to be just? What do you say? I cannot tell, Socrates, for I do not know. Then consider the matter in this way. Imagine that I am about to play truant. You may call the proceeding by any name which you like, and the laws and the government come and interrogate me. Tell us, Socrates, they say, what are you about? Are you not going, by an act of yours, to overturn us, the laws and the whole state, as far as in you lies? Do you imagine that a state can subsist and not be overthrown, in which the decisions of the law have no power, but are set aside and trampled upon by individuals? What will be your answer, Crito, to these and the like words? Any one, and especially a rhetorician, will have a good deal to say on behalf of the law which requires a sentence to be carried out. He will argue that this law should not be set aside, and shall we reply, yes, but the state has injured us and given an unjust sentence? Suppose I say that. Very good, Socrates. And was that our agreement with you? The law would answer. Or were you to abide by the sentence of the state? And if I were to express my astonishment at their words, the law would probably add, Answer, Socrates, instead of opening your eyes. You are in the habit of asking and answering questions. Tell us, what complaint have you to make against us which justifies you in attempting to destroy us and the state? In the first place, did we not bring you into existence? Your father married your mother by our aid and begat you. Say whether you have any objection to urge against those of us who regulate marriage. None, I should reply. Or against those of us who after birth regulate the nature and education of children, in which you also were trained. Were not the laws, which have the charge of education, right in commanding your father to train you in music and gymnastic? Right, I should reply. Well then, since you were brought into the world and nurtured and educated by us, can you deny in the first place that you are our child and slave, as your fathers were before you? And if this is true, you are not on equal terms with us. Nor can we think that you have a right to do to us what we are doing to you. Would you have any right to strike or revile or do any other evil to your father or your master, if you had one, because you have been struck or reviled by him, or received some other evil at his hands? You would not say this. And because we think right to destroy you, do you think that you have any right to destroy us in return, and your country as far as in you lies? Will you, O professor of true virtue, pretend that you are justified in this? Has a philosopher like you failed to discover that our country is more to be valued, and higher and holier far than mother or father or any ancestor, and more to be regarded in the eyes of the gods and of men of understanding? Also to be soothed, and gently and reverently entreated when angry, even more than a father, and either to be persuaded, or if not persuaded, to be obeyed. And when we are punished by her, whether with imprisonment or stripes, the punishment is to be endured in silence. And if she lead us to wounds or death in battle, thither we follow as is right. Neither may any one yield or retreat or leave his rank, but whether in battle or in a court of law, or in any other place, he must do what his city and his country order him, or he must change their view of what is just. And if he may do no violence to his father or mother, much less may he do violence to his country. What answer shall we make to this, Crito? Do the laws speak truly, or do they not? I think that they do. Then the laws will say, Consider, Socrates, if we speak truly, that in your present attempt you are going to do us an injury. For, having brought you into the world, and nurtured and educated you, and given you and every other citizen a share in every good which we had to give, We further proclaim to any Athenian, by the liberty which we allow him, that if he does not like us when he has become of age, and has seen the ways of the city, and made our acquaintance, he may go where he pleases, and take his goods with him. None of us laws will forbid him or interfere with him. Any one who does not like us and the city, and who wants to emigrate to a colony or to another city, may go where he likes, retaining his property. But he who has experience of the manner in which we order justice and administer the state, and still remains, has entered into an implied contract that he will do as we command him. And he who disobeys us is, as we maintain, thrice wrong. First, because in disobeying us he is disobeying his parents. Secondly, because we are the authors of his education. And thirdly, because he has made an agreement with us that he will duly obey our commands, and he neither obeys them nor convinces us that our commands are unjust. And we do not rudely impose them, but give him the alternative of obeying or convincing us. That is what we offer, and he does neither. These are the sort of accusations to which, as we were saying, you, Socrates, will be exposed if you accomplish your intentions, you above all other Athenians. Suppose now I ask why I rather than anybody else? They will justly retort upon me that I above all other men have acknowledged the agreement. There is clear proof, they will say, Socrates, that we and the city were not displeasing to you. Of all Athenians you have been the most constant resident in the city, which, as you never leave, you may be supposed to love. For you never went out of the city, either to see the games, except once when you went to the Isthmus, or to any other place, unless when you were on military service, nor did you travel as other men do. Nor had you any curiosity to know other states or their laws. Your affections did not go beyond us and our state. We were your especial favorites, and you acquiesced in our government of you. And here in this city you begat your children, which is a proof of your satisfaction. Moreover, you might, in the course of the trial, if you had liked, have fixed the penalty at banishment. The state which refuses to let you go now would have let you go then. But you pretended that you preferred death to exile, and that you were not unwilling to die. And now you have forgotten these fine sentiments, and pay no respect to us, the laws, of whom you are the destroyer, and are doing what only a miserable slave would do, running away and turning your back upon the compacts and agreements which you made as a citizen. And first of all, answer this very question. Are you right in saying that you agree to be governed according to us in deed, and not in word only? Is that true or not? How shall we answer, Crito? Must we not assent? We cannot help it, Socrates. Then will they not say, you, Socrates, are breaking the covenants and agreements which you made with us at your leisure, not in any haste or under any compulsion or deception, but after you have had 70 years to think of them, during which time you were at liberty to leave the city, if we were not to your mind, or if our covenants appeared to you to be unfair. You had your choice, and might have gone either to Lacedaemon or Crete, both which states are often praised by you for their good government, or to some other Hellenic or foreign state. Whereas you, above all other Athenians, seemed to be so fond of the state, or in other words, of us, her laws, and who would care about a state which has no laws, that you never stirred out of her. The halt, the blind, the maimed were not more stationary in her than you were, and now you run away, forsake your agreements. Not so, Socrates, if you will take our advice. Do not make yourself ridiculous by escaping out of the city. For just consider, If you transgress and err in this sort of way, what good will you do either to yourself or to your friends? That your friends will be driven into exile and deprived of citizenship, or will lose their property, is tolerably certain, and you yourself, if you fly to one of the neighbouring cities, as for example Thebes or Megara, both of which are well governed, will come to them as an enemy, Socrates, and their government will be against you, and all patriotic citizens will cast an evil eye upon you as a subverter of the laws, and you will confirm in the minds of the judges the justice of their own condemnation of you. For he who is a corrupter of the laws is more than likely to be a corrupter of the young and foolish portion of mankind. Will you then flee from well-ordered cities and virtuous men? And is existence worth having on these terms? Or will you go to them without shame and talk to them, Socrates? And what will you say to them? What will you say here about virtue and justice and institutions and laws being the best things among men? Would that be decent of you? Surely not. But if you go away from well-governed states to Crito's friends in Thessaly, where there is great disorder and license, they will be charmed to hear the tale of your escape from prison, set off with ludicrous particulars of the manner in which you were wrapped in a goatskin or some other disguise, and metamorphosed as the manner is of runaways. But will there be no one to remind you that in your old age you were not ashamed to violate the most sacred laws from a miserable desire of a little more life? Perhaps not, if you keep them in a good temper, but if they are out of temper, you will hear many degrading things. You will live, but how? As the flatterer of all men, and the servant of all men, and doing what? Eating and drinking in Thessaly, having gone abroad in order that you may get a dinner. And where will be your fine sentiments about justice and virtue? Say that you wish to live for the sake of your children. You want to bring them up and educate them. Will you take them into Thessaly and deprive them of Athenian citizenship? Is this the benefit which you will confer upon them? Or are you under the impression that they will be better cared for and educated here if you are still alive, although absent from them? For your friends will take care of them. Do you fancy that if you are an inhabitant of Thessaly, they will take care of them? And if you are an inhabitant of the other world, they will not take care of them? Nay, but if they who call themselves friends are good for anything, they will. To be sure they will. Listen, then, Socrates, to us who have brought you up. Think not of life and children first, and of justice afterwards, but of justice first, that you may be justified before the princes of the world below. For neither will you, nor any that belong to you, be happier or holier or juster in this life, or happier in another, if you do as Crito bids. Now you depart in innocence, a sufferer, and not a doer of evil, a victim, not of the laws, but of men. But if you go forth, returning evil for evil and injury for injury, breaking the covenants and agreements which you have made with us, and wronging those whom you ought least of all to wrong, that is to say, yourself, your friends, your country, and us, we shall be angry with you while you live, and our brethren, the laws in the world below, will receive you as an enemy. For they will know that you have done your best to destroy us. Listen then to us, and not to Crito. This, dear Crito, is the voice which I seem to hear murmuring in my ears, like the sound of the flute in the ears of the mystic. That voice, I say, is humming in my ears, and prevents me from hearing any other. And I know that anything more which you may say will be in vain. Yet speak, if you have anything to say. I have nothing to say, Socrates. Leave me, then, Crito, to fulfill the will of God, and to follow whither he leads. End of Crito, by Plato. The Death of Jean. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Death of Jean. From What is Man and Other Essays, by Mark Twain. Introduction. The death of Jean Clemens occurred early in the morning of December 24th, 1909. Mr. Clemens was in great stress of mind when I first saw him, but a few hours later I found him writing steadily. "I am setting it down," he said, "everything. It is a relief to me to write it. It furnishes me an excuse for thinking." At intervals during that day and the next I looked in, and usually found him writing. Then, on the evening of the 26th, when he knew that Jean had been laid to rest in Elmira, he came to my room with the manuscript in his hand. "I have finished it," he said. "Read it. I can form no opinion of it myself. If you think it worthy, some day at the proper time it can end my autobiography. It is the final chapter." 4 months later, almost to the day, April 21st, he was with Jean. Albert Bigelow Paine, Stormfield, Christmas Eve, 11 a.m., 1909. Jean is dead. Has any one ever tried to put upon paper all the little happenings connected with a dear one? Happenings of the 24 hours preceding the sudden and unexpected death of that dear one? Would a book contain them? Would 2 books contain them? I think not. They pour into the mind in a flood. They are little things that have been always happening every day, and were always so unimportant and easily forgettable before. But now, how different, how precious they are! Now dear, how unforgettable, how pathetic, how sacred, how clothed with dignity. Last night Jean, all flushed with splendid health, and I, the same, from the wholesome effects of my Bermuda holiday, strolled hand in hand from the dinner-table, sat down in the library, and chatted and planned and discussed, cheerfully and happily, and how unsuspectingly, until 9, which is late for us. Then went upstairs, Jean's friendly German dog following. At my door Jean said, "I can't kiss you good night, father. I have a cold, and you could catch it." I bent and kissed her hand. She was moved, I saw it in her eyes, and she impulsively kissed my hand in return. Then, with the usual gay "Sleep well, dear," from both, we parted. At 7:30 this morning I woke, and heard voices outside my door. I said to myself, Jean is starting on her usual horseback flight to the station for the mail. Then Katy entered, stood quaking and gasping at my bedside a moment, then found her tongue. Miss Jean is dead. Possibly I know now what the soldier feels when a bullet crashes through his heart. In her bathroom, there she lay, the fair young creature, stretched upon the floor and covered with a sheet, and looking so placid, so natural, and as if asleep. We knew what had happened. She was an epileptic. She had been seized with a convulsion and heart failure in her bath. The doctor had to come several miles. His efforts, like our previous ones, failed to bring her back to life. It is noon now. How lovable she looks! How sweet and how tranquil! It is a noble face, and full of dignity, and that was a good heart that lies there so still. In England, 13 years ago, my wife and I were stabbed to the heart with a cablegram which said, "Susie was mercifully released today." I had to send a like shot to Clara in Berlin this morning, with the peremptory addition, "You must not come home." Clara and her husband sailed from here on the 11th of this month. How will Clara bear it? Jean, from her babyhood, was a worshipper of Clara. 4 days ago I came back from a month's holiday in Bermuda in perfected health, but by some accident the reporters failed to perceive this. Day before yesterday letters and telegrams began to arrive from friends and strangers, which indicated that I was supposed to be dangerously ill. Yesterday Jean begged me to explain my case through the Associated Press. I said it was not important enough, but she was distressed, and said I must think of Clara. Clara would see the report in the German papers, and as she had been nursing her husband day and night for 4 months, and was worn out and feeble, the shock might be disastrous. There was reason in that, so I sent a humorous paragraph by telephone to the Associated Press, denying the charge that I was dying, and saying I would not do such a thing at my time of life. Jean was a little troubled, and did not like to see me treat the matter so lightly. But I said that it was best to treat it so, for there was nothing serious about it. This morning I sent the sorrowful facts of this day's irremediable disaster to the Associated Press. Will both appear in the evening's papers, the one so blithe, the other so tragic? I lost Susie 13 years ago. I lost her mother, her incomparable mother, 5½ years ago. Clara has gone away to live in Europe, and now I have lost Jean. How poor I am, who was once so rich! 7 months ago Mr. Roger died, one of the best friends I ever had, and the nearest perfect, as man and gentleman, I have yet met among my race. Within the last 6 weeks Gilder has passed away, and Laffan, old friends of mine. Jean lies yonder. I sit here. We are strangers under our own roof. We kissed hands good-bye at this door last night, and it was forever, we never suspecting it. She lies there, and I sit here, writing, busying myself to keep my heart from breaking. How dazzlingly the sunshine is flooding the hills around! It is like a mockery. 74 years, 24 days ago, 74 years old yesterday, who can estimate my age today? I have looked upon her again. I wonder I can bear it. She looks just as her mother looked when she lay dead in that Florentine villa so long ago. The sweet placidity of death. It is more beautiful than sleep. I saw her mother buried. I said I would never endure that horror again, that I would never again look into the grave of any one dear to me. I have kept to that. They will take Jean from this house tomorrow and bear her to Elmira, New York, where lie those of us that have been released. But I shall not follow. Jean was on the dock when the ship came in, only 4 days ago. She was at the door beaming a welcome when I reached this house the next evening. We played cards, and she tried to teach me a new game called Mark Twain. We sat chatting cheerily in the library last night, and she wouldn't let me look into the loggia, where she was making Christmas preparations. She said she would finish them in the morning, and then her little French friend would arrive from New York. The surprise would follow, the surprise she had been working over for days. While she was out for a moment, I disloyally stole a look. The loggia floor was clothed with rugs and furnished with chairs and sofas, and the uncompleted surprise was there, in the form of a Christmas tree, that was drenched with silver film in a most wonderful way, and on a table was a prodigal profusion of bright things which she was going to hang upon it to-day. What desecrating hand will ever banish that eloquent unfinished surprise from that place? Not mine, surely. All these little matters have happened in the last 4 days. Little? Yes, then, but not now. Nothing she said or thought or did is little now. And all the lavish humour, what is to become of it? It is pathos now. Pathos, and the thought of it brings tears. All these little things happened such a few hours ago, and now she lies yonder, and cares for nothing any more. Strange, marvellous, incredible. I have had this experience before, and it would still be incredible if I had had it 1,000 times. Miss Jean is dead. That is what Katy said. When I heard the door open behind the bed's head without a preliminary knock, I supposed it was Jean coming to kiss me good morning, she being the only person who was used to entering without formalities. And so I have been to Jean's parlour. Such a turmoil of Christmas presents for servants and friends. They are everywhere. Tables, chairs, sofas, the floor, everything is occupied, and over-occupied. It is many and many a year since I have seen the like. In that ancient day, Mrs. Clemens and I used to slip softly into the nursery at midnight on Christmas Eve, and look the array of presents over. The children were little then, and now here is Jean's parlour looking just as that nursery used to look. The presents are not labelled. The hands are forever idle that would have labelled them to-day. Jean's mother always worked herself down with her Christmas preparations. Jean did the same yesterday, and the preceding days, and the fatigue has cost her her life. The fatigue caused the convulsion that attacked her this morning. She had had no attack for months. Jean was so full of life and energy that she was constantly in danger of overtaxing her strength. Every morning she was in the saddle by 7:30, and off to the station for her mail. She examined the letters, and I distributed them. Some to her, some to Mr. Payne, the others to the stenographer and myself. She dispatched her share, and then mounted her horse again, and went around superintending her farm and her poultry the rest of the day. Sometimes she played billiards with me after dinner, but she was usually too tired to play, and went early to bed. Yesterday afternoon I told her about some plans I had been devising while absent in Bermuda to lighten her burdens. We would get a housekeeper. Also we would put her share of the secretary work into Mr. Payne's hands. No, she wasn't willing. She had been making plans herself. The matter ended in a compromise. I submitted. I always did. She wouldn't audit the bills and let Payne fill out the checks. She would continue to attend to that herself. Also, she would continue to be housekeeper, and let Katy assist. Also, she would continue to answer the letters of personal friends for me. Such was the compromise. Both of us called it by that name, though I was not able to see where my formidable change had been made. However, Jean was pleased, and that was sufficient for me. She was proud of being my secretary, and I was never able to persuade her to give up any part of her share in that unlovely work. In the talk last night I said I found everything going so smoothly that if she were willing I would go back to Bermuda in February, and get blessedly out of the clash and turmoil again for another month. She was urgent that I should do it, and said that if I would put off the trip until March, she would take Katy and go with me. We struck hands upon that, and said it was settled. I had a mind to write Bermuda by tomorrow's ship, and secure a furnished house and servants. I meant to write the letter this morning, but it will never be written now, for she lies yonder, and before her is another journey than that. Night is closing down. The rim of the sun barely shows above the skyline of the hills. I have been looking at that face again that was growing dearer and dearer to me every day. I was getting acquainted with Jean in these last 9 months. She had been long in exile from home when she came to us 3/4 of a year ago. She had been shut up in sanitariums, many miles from us. How eloquent, glad, and grateful she was to cross her father's threshold again. Would I bring her back to life if I could do it? I would not. If a word would do it, I would beg for strength to withhold the word, and I would have the strength, I am sure of it. In her loss I am almost bankrupt, and my life is a bitterness, but I am content, for she has been enriched with the most precious of all gifts, that gift which makes all other gifts mean and poor, death. I have never wanted any released friend of mine restored to life since I reached manhood. I felt in this way when Susie passed away, and later my wife, and later Mr. Rogers. When Clara met me at the station in New York, and told me Mr. Rogers had died suddenly that morning, my thought was, O favourite of fortune, fortunate all his long and lovely life, fortunate in his latest moment. The reporters said there were tears of sorrow in my eyes. True, but they were for me, not for him. He had suffered no loss. All the fortunes he had ever made before were poverty compared with this one. Why did I build this house 2 years ago? To shelter this vast emptiness? How foolish I was! But I shall stay in it. The spirits of the dead hallow a house for me. It was not so with other members of the family. Susie died in the house we built in Hartford. Mrs. Clemens would never enter it again, but it made the house dearer to me. I have entered it once since, when it was tenantless and silent and forlorn, but to me it was a holy place and beautiful. It seemed to me that the spirits of the dead were all about me, and would speak to me and welcome me if they could. Livy and Susie and George and Henry Robinson and Charles Dudley Warner. How good and kind they were, and how lovable their lives! In fancy I would see them all again. I would call the children back and hear them romp again with George, that peerless black ex-slave and children's idol, who came one day, a flitting stranger, to wash windows, and stayed 18 years, until he died. Clara and Jean would never enter again the New York hotel which their mother had frequented in earlier days. They could not bear it. But I shall stay in this house. It is dearer to me to-night than ever it was before. Jean's spirit will make it beautiful for me always. Her lonely and tragic death... But I will not think of that now. Jean's mother always devoted 2 or 3 weeks to Christmas shopping, and was always physically exhausted when Christmas Eve came. Jean was her very own child. She wore herself out present hunting in New York these latter days. Paine has just found on her desk a long list of names, 50, he thinks, people to whom she sent presents last night. Apparently she forgot no one, and Katy found there a roll of banknotes for the servants. Her dog has been wandering about the grounds to-day, comradeless and forlorn. I have seen him from the windows. She got him from Germany. He has tall ears, and looks exactly like a wolf. He was educated in Germany, and knows no language but the German. Jean gave him no orders save in that tongue, and so, when the burglar alarm made a fierce clamour at midnight a fortnight ago, the butler, who is French and knows no German, tried in vain to interest the dog in the supposed burglar, Jean wrote me to Bermuda about the incident. It was the last letter I was ever to receive from her bright head and her competent hand. The dog will not be neglected. There was never a kinder heart than Jean's. From her childhood up, she always spent the most of her allowance on charities of one kind or another. After she had become secretary, and had her income doubled, she spent her money upon these things with a free hand. Mine, too, I am glad and grateful to say. She was a loyal friend to all animals, and she loved them all, birds, beasts, and everything, even snakes, an inheritance from me. She knew all the birds. She was high up in that lore. She became a member of various humane societies when she was still a little girl, both here and abroad, and she remained an active member to the last. She founded 2 or 3 societies for the protection of animals, here and in Europe. She was an embarrassing secretary, for she fished my correspondence out of the waste-basket and answered the letters. She thought all letters deserved the courtesy of an answer. Her mother brought her up in that kindly error. She could write a good letter, and was swift with her pen. She had but an indifferent ear to music, but her tongue took the languages with an easy facility. She never allowed her Italian, French, and German to get rusty through neglect. The telegrams of sympathy are flowing in from far and wide now, just as they did in Italy 5 years and a half ago, when the child's mother laid down her blameless life. They cannot heal the hurt, but they take away some of the pain. When Jean and I kissed hands and parted at my door last, how little did we imagine that in 22 hours the telegraph would be bringing words like these. From the bottom of our hearts we send out sympathy, dearest of friends. For many and many a day to come, wherever I go in this house, remembrances of Jean will mutely speak to me of her. Who can count the number of them? She was in exile 2 years with the hope of healing her malady, epilepsy. There were no words to express how grateful I am that she did not meet her fate in the hands of strangers, but in the loving shelter of her own home. Miss Jean is dead. It is true. Jean is dead. A month ago I was writing bubbling and hilarious articles for magazines yet to appear, and now I am writing this. Christmas Day, noon. Last night I went to Jean's room at intervals, and turned back the sheet, and looked at the peaceful face, and kissed the cold brow, and remembered that heart-breaking night in Florence so long ago, in that cavernous and silent vast villa, when I crept downstairs so many times, and turned back a sheet, and looked at a face just like this one, Jean's mother's face, and kissed a brow that was just like this one. And last night I saw again what I had seen then, that strange and lovely miracle, the sweet, soft contours of early maidenhood restored by the gracious hand of death. When Jean's mother lay dead, all trace of care and trouble and suffering and the corroding years had vanished out of the face, and I was looking again upon it as I had known and worshipped it in its young bloom and beauty a whole generation before. About 3 in the morning, while wandering about the house in the deep silences, as one does in times like these, when there is a dumb sense that something has been lost that will never be found again, yet must be sought, if only for the employment the useless seeking gives, I came upon Jean's dog in the hall downstairs, and noticed that he did not spring to greet me, according to his hospitable habit, but came slow and sorrowfully. Also I remembered that he had not visited Jean's apartment since the tragedy. Poor fellow! Did he know? I think so. Always when Jean was abroad in the open he was with her, Always when she was in the house he was with her, in the night as well as in the day. Her parlour was his bedroom. Whenever I happened upon him on the ground floor, he always followed me about, and when I went upstairs he went too, in a tumultuous gallop. But now it was different. After patting him a little, I went to the library. He remained behind. When I went upstairs he did not follow me, save with his wistful eyes. He has wonderful eyes, big and kind and eloquent. He can talk with them. He is a beautiful creature, and is a breed of the New York police dogs. I do not like dogs, because they bark when there is no occasion for it. But I have liked this one from the beginning, because he belonged to Jean, and because he never barks except when there is occasion, which is not oftener than twice a week. In my wanderings I visited Jean's parlour. On a shelf I found a pile of my books, and I knew what it meant. She was waiting for me to come home from Bermuda and autograph them. Then she would send them away. If I only knew whom she had intended them for. But I shall never know. I will keep them. Her hand has touched them. It is an accolade. They are noble now. And in a closet she had hidden a surprise for me. A thing I have often wished I owned, a noble big globe. I couldn't see it for the tears. She will never know the pride I take in it, and the pleasure. To-day the mails are full of lovely remembrances for her, full of those old kind words she loved so well. Merry Christmas to Jean. If she could only have lived one day longer. At last she ran out of money, and would not use mine. So she sent to one of those New York homes for poor girls all the clothes she could spare, and more, most likely. Christmas night. This afternoon they took her away from her room. As soon as I might, I went down to the library. And there she lay, in her coffin, dressed in exactly the same clothes she wore when she stood at the other end of the same room on the 6th of October last, as Clara's chief bridesmaid. Her face was radiant with happy excitement then. It was the same face now, with the dignity of death and the peace of God upon it. They told me the first mortar to come was the dog. He came uninvited. He stood up on his hind legs, and rested his forepaws upon the trestle, and took a last long look at the face that was so dear to him, then went his way as silently as he had come. He knows. At mid-afternoon it began to snow. The pity of it, that Jean could not see it. She loved the snow. The snow continued to fall. At 6 o'clock the hearse drew up to the door to bear away its pathetic burden. As they lifted the casket, Paine began playing on the orchestrelle Schubert's Impromptu, which was Jean's favourite. Then he played the Intermezzo. That was for Susy. Then he played the Largo. That was for their mother. He did this at my request. Elsewhere in my autobiography I have told how the Intermezzo and the Largo came to be associated in my heart with Susy and Livy in their last hours in this life. From my windows I saw the hearse and the carriages wind along the road and gradually grow vague and spectral in the falling snow, and presently disappear. Jean was gone out of my life, and would not come back any more. Jervis, the cousin she had played with when they were babies together, he and her beloved old Katy, were conducting her to her distant childhood home, where she will lie by her mother's side once more, in the company of Susy and Langdon. December 26th. The dog came to see me at 8 o'clock this morning. He was very affectionate, poor orphan. My room will be his quarters hereafter. The storm raged all night. It has raged all the morning. The snow drives across the landscape in vast clouds, superb, sublime, and Jean not here to see. 2:30 p.m. It is the time appointed. The funeral has begun. 400 miles away, but I can see it all, just as if I were there. The scene is the library in the Langdon homestead. Jean's coffin stands where her mother and I stood 40 years ago, and were married, and where Susy's coffin stood 13 years ago, where her mother's stood 5 years and a half ago, and where mine will stand after a little time. 5 o'clock. It is all over. When Clara went away 2 weeks ago to live in Europe, it was hard, but I could bear it, for I had Jean left. I said we would be a family. We said we would be close comrades and happy, just we two. That fair dream was in my mind when Jean met me at the steamer last Monday. It was in my mind when she received me at the door last Tuesday evening. We were together. We were a family. The dream had come true. Oh, precisely true, contentedly true, satisfyingly true, and remained true 2 whole days. And now Jean is in her grave. In the grave, if I can believe it. God rest her sweet spirit. End of The Death of Jean, by Mark Twain.
From Moultrie to Sumter, by Abner Doubleday, Brevet Major General, USA, retired. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. As senior captain of the 1st Regiment of United States Artillery, I had been stationed at Fort Moultrie, Charleston Harbor, 2 or 3 years previous to the outbreak of 1861. There were 2 other forts in the harbor. Of these, Fort Sumter was unoccupied, being in an unfinished state, while Castle Pinckney was in charge of a single ordnance sergeant. The garrison of Fort Moultrie consisted of 2 companies that had been reduced to 65 men, who with the band raised the number in the post to 73. Fort Moultrie had no strength. It was merely a sea battery. No one ever imagined it would be attacked by our own people, and if assailed by foreigners, it was supposed that an army of citizen soldiery would be there to defend it. It was very low, the walls having about the height of an ordinary room. It was little more, in fact, than the old fort of Revolutionary time of which the father of Major Robert Anderson had been a defender. The sand had drifted from the sea against the wall, so that cows would actually scale the ramparts. In 1860 we applied to have the fort put in order, but the Quartermaster General, afterward the famous Joseph E. Johnson, said the matter did not pertain to his department. We were then apprehending trouble, for the signs of the times indicated that the South was drifting toward secession, though the Northern people could not be made to believe this, and regarded our representation to this effect as nonsense. I remember at that time our engineer officer, Captain J. O. Foster, was alone of the officers in thinking there would be no trouble. We were commanded by a Northern man of advanced age, Colonel John L. Gardner, who had been wounded in the War of 1812 and had served with credit in Florida and Mexico. November 15th, 1860, Mr. Floyd, the Secretary of War, relieved him and put in command Major Robert Anderson of Kentucky, who was a regular officer. Floyd thought the new commander could be relied upon to carry out the Southern program, but we never believed that Anderson took command with a knowledge of that program or a desire that it should succeed. He simply obeyed orders. He had to obey or leave the army. Anderson was a Union man, and in the incipiency was perfectly willing to chastise South Carolina in case she should attempt any revolutionary measures. His feeling as to coercion changed when he found that all the Southern states had joined South Carolina, for he looked upon the conquest of the South as hopeless. Soon after his arrival, which took place on the 21st of November, Anderson wanted the sand removed from the walls of Moultrie and urged that it be done. Suddenly, the Secretary of War seemed to adopt this view. He pretended there was danger of war with England with reference to Mexico, which was absurd, and under this pretext was seized with a sudden zeal to put the harbor of Charleston in condition to be turned over to the Confederate forces. He appropriated $150,000 for Moultrie and $80,000 to finish Sumter. There was not much to be made out of Fort Moultrie with all our efforts, because it was hardly defensible. But Major Anderson strove to strengthen it. He put up heavy gates to prevent Charleston secessionists from entering, and made a little manhole through which visitors had to crawl in and out. We could get no additional ammunition, but Colonel Gardner had managed to procure a 6-month supply of food from the north before the trouble came. The Secretary of War would not let us have a man in the way of reinforcement, the plea being that reinforcements would irritate the people. The secessionists could hardly be restrained from attacking us, but the leaders kept them back, knowing that our workmen were laboring in their interests at the expense of the United States. When Captain Truman Seymour was sent with a party to the United States Arsenal in Charleston to get some friction primers and a little ammunition, a crowd interfered and drove his men back. It became evident, as I told Anderson, that we could not defend the fort because the houses around us on Sullivan's Island looked down into Moultrie and could be occupied by our enemies. At last it was rumored that 2,000 riflemen had been detailed to shoot us down from the tops of those houses. I proposed to anticipate the enemy and burn the dwellings, but Anderson would not take so decided a step at a time when the North did not believe there was going to be a war. It was plain that the only thing to be done was to slip over the water to Fort Sumter. But Anderson said he had been assigned to Fort Moultrie, and that he must stay there. We were then in a very peculiar position. It was commonly believed that we would not be supported even by the North, as the Democrats had been bitterly opposed to the election of Lincoln, that at the first sign of war 20,000 men in sympathy with the South would rise in New York. Moreover, the one to whom we soldiers always looked up as to a father, the Secretary of War, seemed to be devising arrangements to have us made away with. We believed that in the event of an outbreak from Charleston few of us would survive, but it did not greatly concern us, since that risk was merely a part of our business, and we intended to make the best fight we could. The officers, upon talking the matter over, thought they might control any demonstration at Charleston by throwing shells into the city from Castle Pinckney. But with only 64 soldiers and a brass band, we could not detach any force in that direction. Finally, Captain Foster, who had misapprehended the whole situation, and who had orders to put both Moultrie and Sumter in perfect order, brought several hundred workmen from Baltimore. Unfortunately, these were nearly all in sympathy with the Charlestonians, many even wearing secession badges. Bands of secessionists were now patrolling near us by day and night. We were so worn out with guard duty watching them that on one occasion my wife and Captain Seymour's relieved us on guard, all that was needed being someone to give the alarm in case there was an attempt to break in. Foster thought that out of his several hundred workmen he could get a few Union men to drill at the guns as a garrison in Castle Pinckney, but they rebelled the moment they found they were expected to act as artillerists, and said that they were not there as warriors. It was said that when the enemy took possession of the castle, some of these workmen were hauled from under beds and from other hiding places. The day before Christmas I asked Major Anderson for wire to make an entanglement in front of my part of the fort, so that anyone who should charge would tumble over the wires and could be shot at our leisure. I had already caused a sloping picket fence to be projected over the parapet on my side of the works so that scaling ladders could not be raised against us. The discussion in Charleston over our proceedings was of an amusing character. This wooden phrase puzzled the Charleston militia and editors. One of the latter said, "Make ready your sharpened stakes, but you will not intimidate freemen." When I asked Anderson for the wire, he said I should have a mile of it, with a peculiar smile that puzzled me for the moment. He then sent for Hall, the post quartermaster, bound him to secrecy, and told him to take 3 schooners and some barges which had been chartered for the purpose of taking the women and children and 6 months' supply of provisions to Fort Johnson, opposite Charleston. He was instructed, when the secession patrol should ask what this meant, to tell them we were sending off the families of the officers and men to the north because they were in the way. The excuse was plausible, and no one interfered. We were so closely watched that we could make no movement without demands being made as to the reason of it. On the day we left, the day after Christmas, Anderson gave up his own mess and came to live with me as my guest. In the evening of that day, I went to notify the major that tea was ready. Upon going to the parapet for that purpose, I found all the officers there, and noticed something strange in their manner. The problem was solved when Anderson walked up to me and said, "Captain, in 20 minutes you will leave this fort with your company for Fort Sumter." The order was startling and unexpected, and I thought of the immediate hostilities of which the movement would be the occasion. I rushed over to my company quarters and informed my men so that they might put on their knapsacks and have everything in readiness. This took about 10 minutes. Then I went to my house, told my wife that there might be fighting, and that she should get out of the fort as soon as she could and take refuge behind the sand hills. I put her trunks out of the sallyport, and she followed them. Then I started with my company to join Captain Seymour and his men. We had to go a quarter of a mile through the little town of Moultrieville to reach the point of embarkation. It was about sunset, the hour of the siesta, and fortunately the Charleston militia were taking their afternoon nap. We saw nobody, and soon reached a low line of sea-wall under which were hidden the boats in charge of the 3 engineers, for Lieutenants Snyder and Meade had been sent by Floyd to help Captain Foster do the work on the forts. The boats had been used in going back and forward in the work of construction, manned by ordinary workmen, who now vacated them for our use. Lieutenant Snyder said to me in a low tone, "Captain, these boats are for your men." So saying, he started with his own party up the coast. When my 30 men were embarked, I went straight for Fort Sumter. It was getting dusk. I made slow work in crossing over, for my men were not expert oarsmen. Soon I saw the lights of the secession guard boat coming down on us. I told the men to take off their coats and cover up their muskets, and I threw my own coat open to conceal my buttons. I wished to give the impression that it was an officer in charge of laborers. The guardship stopped its paddles and inspected us in the gathering darkness, but concluded we were all right and passed on. My party was the first to reach Fort Sumter. We went up the steps of the wharf in the face of an excited band of secession workmen, some of whom were armed with pistols. 1 or 2 Union men among them cheered, but some of the others said angrily, "What are these soldiers doing here? What is the meaning of this?" Ordering my men to charge bayonets, we drove the workmen into the center of the fort. I took possession of the guard room commanding the main entrance and placed sentinels. 20 minutes after, Seymour arrived with the rest of the men. Meantime, Anderson had crossed in one of the engineer boats. As soon as the troops were all in, we fired a cannon to give notice of our arrival to the quartermaster, who had anchored at Fort Johnson with the schooners carrying the women and children. He immediately sailed up to the wharf and landed his passengers and stores. Then the workmen of secession sympathies were sent aboard the schooners to be taken ashore. Lieutenant Jefferson C. Davis, of my company, had been left with a rear guard at Moultrie. These, with Captain Foster and Assistant Surgeon Crawford, stood at loaded columbiads during our passage, with orders to fire upon the guard boats and sink them if they tried to run us down. On withdrawing, the rear guard spiked the guns of the fort, burned the gun carriages on the front looking toward Sumter, and cut down the flagstaff. Mrs. Doubleday first took refuge at the house of the post sutler, and afterward with the family of Chaplain Harris, with whom she sought shelter behind the sandhills. When all was quiet, they paced the beach, anxiously watching Fort Sumter. Finding that the South Carolinians were ignorant of what had happened, we sent the boats back to procure additional supplies. The next morning Charleston was furious. Messengers were sent out to ring every doorbell and convey the news to every family. The governor sent 2 or 3 of his aides to demand that we return to Moultrie. Anderson replied in my hearing that he was a Southern man, but that he had been assigned to the defense of Charleston Harbor and intended to defend it. Chaplain Harris was a spirited old man. He had lived at Charleston most of his life and knew the South Carolinians well. He visited Fort Sumter on our first day there and made a prayer at the raising of the flag, after which he returned to his home in Moultrieville. One day he went to the commander of Fort Moultrie and said to him, "Will any impediment be put in the way of my going over to Fort Sumter?" The reply was, "Oh, no, parson, I reckon we'll give you a pass." The chaplain answered, "I didn't ask you for a pass, sir. I am a United States officer and will go to any United States fort without your permission. I asked you a different question, whether you would prevent my going by force." He was not allowed to cross after that. We had no light and were obliged to procure some if possible, for the winter nights were long. There was much money due the workmen who had been discharged, and the secessionists sent them over to demand their pay. Mrs. Doubleday came in the same boat with them and managed to ship us a box of candles at the same time. She also brought a bandbox full of matches. At the same time, Mrs. Seymour reached us stealthily in a boat rowed by 2 little boys. Mrs. Foster was already there. Anderson thought there was going to be trouble, so he requested the ladies to return to Moultrieville that night. The next day they went to a Charleston hotel, where they were obliged to keep very quiet and have their meals served privately in their rooms. After a day or 2 they left for the north on account of the feeling in the city. From December 26th until April 12th we busied ourselves in preparing for the expected attack, and our enemies did the same on all sides of us. Anderson apparently did not want reinforcements, and he shrank from civil war. He endured all kinds of hostile proceedings on the part of the secessionists in the hope that Congress would make some compromise that would save slavery and the Union together. Soon after daylight, on the 9th of January, with my glass, I saw a large steamer pass the bar and enter the Morris Island Channel. It was the Star of the West, with reinforcements and supplies for us. When she came near the upper part of the island, the secessionists fired a shot at her. I hastened to Major Anderson's room, and was ordered by him to have the long roll beaten and to post the men at the barbette guns. By the time we reached the parapet, the transport coming to our relief had approached so near that Moultrie opened fire. Major Anderson would not allow us to return the fire, so the transport turned about and steamed seaward. Anderson asked for an explanation of the firing from Governor Pickens, and announced that he would allow no vessel to pass within range of the guns of Sumter if the answer were unsatisfactory. Governor Pickens replied that he would renew the firing under like circumstances. I think Major Anderson had received intimation that the Star of the West was coming, but did not believe it. He thought General Scott would send a man-of-war instead of a merchant vessel. Great secrecy was observed in loading her, but the purpose of the expedition got into the newspapers and, of course, was telegraphed to Charleston. Bishop Stevens of the Methodist Church stated in a speech made by him on Memorial Day in the Academy of Music, New York, that he aimed the first gun against the Star of the West. I aimed the first gun on our side in reply to the attack on Fort Sumter. Sure that we would all be tasked to the utmost in the coming conflict and be kept on the alert by day and night, I desired to get all the sleep I could beforehand, and lay down on a cot bedstead in the magazine nearest to Morris Island, one of the few places that would be shell-proof when the fire opened. About 4 a.m. on the 12th, Major Anderson came to me as his executive officer, and informed me that the enemy would fire upon us as soon as it was light enough to see the fort. He said he would not return it until it was broad daylight, the idea being that he did not desire to waste ammunition. We have not been in the habit of regarding the signal shell fired from Fort Johnson as the first gun of the conflict, although it was undoubtedly aimed at Fort Sumter. Edmund Ruffin of Virginia is usually credited with opening the attack by firing the first gun from the ironclad battery on Morris Island. The ball from that gun struck the wall of the magazine where I was lying, penetrated the masonry, and burst very near my head. As the smoke from this explosion came in through the ventilators of the magazine, and as the floor was strewn with powder where the flannel cartridges had been filled, I thought for a moment the place was on fire. When it was fully light, we took breakfast leisurely before going to the guns, our food consisting of pork and water. The first night after the bombardment, we expected that the naval vessels outside would take advantage of the darkness to send a fleet of boats with reinforcements of men and supplies of provisions, and as it was altogether probable that the enemy would also improvise a fleet of small boats to meet those of the navy, it became an interesting question, in case parties came to us in this way, to decide whether we were admitting friends or enemies. However, the night passed quietly away without any demonstration. Captain Chester, in his paper, which follows, has omitted a fact that I will mention. As the fire against us came from all directions, a shot from Sullivan's Island struck near the lock of the magazine and bent the copper door, so that all access to the few cartridges we had there was cut off. Just previous to this, the officers had been engaged, amid a shower of shells, in vigorous efforts to cut away woodwork which was dangerously near the magazine. After the surrender, we were allowed to salute our flag with 100 guns before marching out, but it was very dangerous and difficult to do so, for, owing to the recent conflagration, there were fire and sparks all around the cannon, and it was not easy to find a safe place of deposit for the cartridges. It happened that some flakes of fire had entered the muzzle of one of the guns after it was sponged. Of course, when the gunner attempted to ram the cartridge down, it exploded prematurely, killing Private Daniel Howe instantly, and setting fire to a pile of cartridges underneath, which also exploded, seriously wounding 5 men. 50 guns were fired in the salute. With banners flying and with drums beating Yankee Doodle, we marched on board the transport that was to take us to the steamship Baltic, which drew too much water to pass the bar and was anchored outside. We were soon on our way to New York. With the first shot against Sumter, the whole North became united. Mobs went about New York and made every doubtful newspaper and private house display the stars and stripes. When we reached that city, we had a royal reception. The streets were alive with banners. Our men and officers were seized and forced to ride on the shoulders of crowds wild with enthusiasm. When we purchased anything, merchants generally refused all compensation. Fort Hamilton, where we were stationed, was besieged with visitors, many of whom were among the most highly distinguished in all walks of life. The Chamber of Commerce of New York voted a bronze medal to each officer and soldier of the garrison. We were soon called upon to take an active part in the war, and the 2 Sumter companies were sent under my command to reinforce General Patterson's column, which was to serve in the Shenandoah Valley. Our march through Pennsylvania was a continuous ovation. Flowers, fruits, and delicacies of all kinds were showered upon us, and the hearts of the people seemed overflowing with gratitude for the very little we had been able to accomplish. Major Anderson was made a brigadier general in the regular army, and assigned to command in his native state, Kentucky. But his system had been undermined by his great responsibilities. He was threatened with softening of the brain, and was obliged to retire from active service. The other officers were engaged in battles and skirmishes in many parts of the field of war. Anderson, Foster, Seymour, Crawford, Davis, and myself became major generals of volunteers. Norman J. Hall, who rendered brilliant service at Gettysburg, became a colonel, and would doubtless have risen higher had he not been compelled by ill health to retire. Talbot became an assistant adjutant general with the rank of captain, but died before the war had fairly begun. He was not with us during the bombardment, as he had been sent as a special messenger to Washington with dispatches. Lieutenant Snyder of the Engineers, a most promising young officer, also died at the very commencement of hostilities. Only one of our number left us and joined the Confederacy, Lieutenant R. K. Meade of the Engineers, a Virginian. His death occurred soon after. End of From Moultrie to Sumter by Abner Doubleday.
Geranium, from Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Geranium. The name of a genus of plants which is taken by botanists as the type of the natural order Geraniaceae. The name as a scientific appellation has a much more restricted application than when taken in its popular sense. Formerly the genus Geranium was almost conterminous with the order Geraniaceae. Then, as now, the geranium was very popular as a garden plant, and the species included in the original genus became widely known under that name, which has more or less clung to them ever since, in spite of scientific changes which have removed the large number of them to the genus Pelargonium. This result has been probably brought about in some degree by an error of the nurserymen, who seem in many cases to have acted on the conclusion that the group commonly known as scarlet geraniums were really geraniums and not pelargoniums, and were in consequence inserted under the former name in their trade catalogues. In fact, it may be said that, from a popular point of view, the pelargoniums of the botanist are still better known as geraniums than are the geraniums themselves, but the term zonal pelargonium is gradually making its way amongst the masses. The species of geranium consists mostly of herbs of annual or perennial duration, dispersed throughout the temperate regions of the world. They number about 160, and bear a considerable family resemblance. The leaves are for the most part palmately lobed, and the flowers are regular, consisting of 5 sepals, 5 imbricating petals, alternating with 5 glandules at their base, 10 stamens, and a beaked ovary. 11 species are natives of the British Isles, and are popularly known as cranesbill. G. robertianum is herb Robert, a common plant in hedgebanks. G. sanguineum, with flowers a deep rose color, is often grown in borders, as are also the double-flowered varieties of G. pratense. Many others of exotic origin form handsome border plants in our gardens of hardy perennials. Amongst these G. armenium, G. inderesi, G. ibericum, and its variety platypetalum are conspicuous. From these regular flowered herbs, with which they had been mixed up by the earlier botanists, the French botanist Le Héritier, in 1787, separated those plants which have since borne the name of pelargonium, and which, though agreeing with them in certain points of structure, differ in others which are admitted to be of generic value. One obvious distinction of pelargonium is that the flowers are irregular, the 2 petals which stand uppermost being different, larger, smaller, or differently marked, from the other 3, which latter are occasionally wanting. This difference of irregularity the modern florist has done very much to annul, for the increased size given to the flowers by high breeding has usually been accompanied by the enlargement of the smaller petals, so that a very near approach to regularity has been in some cases attained. Another well marked difference, however, remains in Pelargonium. The back or dorsal sepal has a hollow spur, which spur is adnate, i.e. joined for its whole length with the flower stalk, while in Geranium there is no spur. This peculiarity is best seen by cutting clean through the flower stalk just behind the flower, when in Pelargonium there will be seen the hollow tube of the spur, which in the case of Geranium will not be found, but the stalk will appear as a solid mass. There are other characters which support those already pointed out, such as the absence of the glandules and the declination of the stamens, but the features already described offer the most ready and obvious distinctions. To recapitulate, the Geraniums properly so called are regular flowered herbs, with the flower stalks solid, while many Geraniums falsely so called in popular language are really Pelargoniums, and may be distinguished by their irregular flowers and hollow flower stalks. In a great majority of cases, too, the Pelargoniums so commonly met with in greenhouses and summer parterres are of shrubby or sub-shrubby habit. The various races of Pelargoniums have sprung from the intermixture of some of the species obtained from the Cape. The older show flowered varieties have been gradually acquired through a long series of years. The fancy varieties, as well as the French spotted varieties and the market type, have been evolved from them. The zonal or bedding race, on the other hand, has been more recently perfected. They are supposed to have arisen from hybrids between Pelargonium inquinans and Pelargonium zonale. In all the sections the varieties are of a highly ornamental character, but for general cultivation the market type is preferable for indoor purposes, while the zonals are effective either in the greenhouse or flower garden. Some of the Cape species are still in cultivation, the leaves of many of them being beautifully subdivided, almost fern-like in character, and some of them are deliciously scented. Pelargonium quercifolium is the oak leaf geranium. The ivy leaf geranium, derived from Pelargonium peltatum, has given rise to an important class of both double and single flowered forms adapted especially for pot culture, hanging baskets, window boxes, and the greenhouse. Of late years the ivy leaf geraniums have been crossed with the zonals, and a new race is being gradually evolved from these two distinct groups. The best soil for Pelargoniums is a mellow fibrous loam with good well rotted stable manure or leaf mold in about the proportion of 1/5. When used it should not be sifted, but pulled to pieces by the hand, and as much sand should be added as will allow the water to pass freely through it. The large flowered and fancy kinds cannot bear so much water as most soft-wooded plants, and the latter should have a rather lighter soil. All the Pelargoniums are readily increased by cuttings made from the shoots when the plants are headed down after flowering, or in the spring, when they will root freely in a temperature of 65 to 70°. They must not be kept too close, and must be very moderately watered. When rooted they may be moved into well drained 3-inch pots, and when from 6 to 8-inch high should have the points pinched out in order to induce them to push out several shoots near the base. These shoots are, when long enough, to be trained in a horizontal direction, and when they have made 3 joints, they should have the points again pinched out. These early struck plants will be ready for shifting into 6-inch pots by the autumn, and should still be trained outwards. The show varieties after flowering should be set out of doors in a sunny spot to ripen their wood, and should only get water enough to keep them from flagging. In the course of 2 or 3 weeks they will be ready to cut back within 2 joints of where these were last stopped, when they should be placed in a frame or pit, and kept close and dry until they have broken. When they have pushed an inch or so, turn them out of their pots, shake off the old soil, trim the straggling roots, and repot them firmly in smaller pots if practicable. Keep them near the light, and as the shoots grow continue to train them outwardly. They require to be kept in a light house, and to be set well up to the glass. The night temperature should range about 45°, and air should be given on all mild days, but no cold currents allowed, nor more water than is necessary to keep the soil from getting parched. The young shoots should be topped about the end of October, and when they have grown an inch or two beyond this, they may be shifted into 7-inch pots for flowering. The shoots must be kept tied out so as to be fully exposed to the light. If required to flower early, they should not be stopped again. If not until June, they may be stopped in February. The zonal varieties, which are almost continuous bloomers, are of much value as decorative subjects. They seldom require much pruning after the first stopping. For winter flowering, young plants should be raised from cuttings about March, and grown on during the summer, but should not be allowed to flower. When blossoms are required, they should be placed close up to the glass in a light house with a temperature of 65°, only just as much water being given as will keep them growing. For bedding purposes, the zonal varieties are best struck towards the middle of August in the open air, taken up and potted or planted in boxes as soon as struck, and preserved in frames or in the greenhouse during winter. The fancy varieties root best early in spring from the half-ripened shoots. They are slow growers, and rather more delicate in constitution than the zonal varieties, and very impatient of excess of water at the root. End of Geraniums, by Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1911. Helping Fingers, by Bruce Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Helping Fingers. For 3 years I lived in Manila, Philippine Islands. Not far from my home was an orphanage for children who were deaf and dumb. Frequently, these children were seen at different entertainments that were given about the city. One evening I went to attend a lecture in the YMCA. Right in front of me sat 3 children. They were very quiet and orderly. When the lecture began, the boy who sat in the middle began to make his fingers go as fast as he could, the 2 children on either side watching him intently. That center boy could hear. The other 2 were deaf. So he heard the lecture for them and told it to them by the finger language. One day a girl, coming out from school, got on a streetcar to go to her home. The car was crowded. She found a seat next to a woman who was heavily laden with bundles. She had all she could do to hold those bundles in her lap and keep them from falling and scattering their contents on the floor. Then a string about one of the packages became untied. She struggled to get that string fastened securely. She had so many packages, her fingers were numb with cold, and again the string slipped just at the crucial time. Finally, this schoolgirl, who was an attractive, well-dressed girl, reached over and placed her nicely gloved finger on the obstreperous knot. There was a grateful smile from the troubled woman and a hearty "Thank you." The next stop was the girl's home. As she went to the end of the car, she passed a school friend who had watched the little incident. She said to her, "I see you belong to the Helping Hand Society." "No," replied the girl, "not the Helping Hand, just the Helping Finger Society." This is a great society, girls and boys. Admission to it requires no initiation fee, no dues, simply the desire and the will to be helpful wherever you are. Memory Verse, Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 10. Whatsoever the hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. Memory Hymn. Saviour, thy dying love thou gavest me. End of Helping Fingers by Bruce S. Wright.
How I Came to Play Rip Van Winkle by Joseph Jefferson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The hope of entering the race for dramatic fame as an individual and single attraction never came into my head until, in 1858, I acted Asa Trenchard in Our American Cousin. But as the curtain descended on the first night of that remarkably successful play, visions of large type, foreign countries, and increased remuneration floated before me, and I resolved to be a star, if I could. A resolution to this effect is easily made. Its accomplishment is quite another matter. Art has always been my sweetheart, and I have loved her for herself alone. I had fancied that our affection was mutual, so that when I failed as a star, which I certainly did, I thought she had jilted me. And not so. I wronged her. She only reminded me that I had taken too great a liberty, and that if I expected to win her, I must press my suit with more patience. Checked, but undaunted in the resolve, my mind dwelt upon my vision, and I still indulged in daydreams of the future. During these delightful reveries it came upon me that in acting Asa Trenchard I had, for the first time in my life, on the stage, spoken a pathetic speech, and though I did not look at the audience during the time I was acting, for that is dreadful, I felt that they both laughed and cried. I had before this often made my audience smile, but never until now had I moved them to tears. This to me novel accomplishment was delightful, and in casting about for a new character my mind was ever dwelling on reproducing an effect where humour would be so closely allied to pathos that smiles and tears should mingle with each other. Where could I get one? There had been many written, and as I looked back into the dramatic history of the past, a long line of lovely ghosts loomed up before me, passing as in a procession. Job Thornbury, Bob Tyke, Frank Ostland, Ezekiel Homespun, and a host of departed heroes. With martial stalk went by my watch. Charming fellows all, but not for me. I felt I could not do them justice. Besides, they were too human. I was looking for a myth, something intangible and impossible, but he would not come. Time went on, and still with no result. During the summer of 1859, I arranged to board with my family at a queer old Dutch farmhouse in Paradise Valley at the foot of the Pocono Mountain in Pennsylvania. A ridge of hills covered with tall hemlocks surrounds the vale, and numerous trout streams wind through the meadows and tumble over the rocks. Stray farms are scattered through the valley, and the few old Dutchmen and their families who tilled the soil were born upon it. There, and only there, they have ever lived. The valley harmonized with me and our resources. The scene was wild, the air was fresh, and the board was cheap. What could the light heart and purse of a poor actor ask for more than this? On one of those long rainy days that always rendered the country so dull, I had climbed to the loft of the barn, and lying upon the hay was reading that delightful book, The Life and Letters of Washington Irving. I had gotten well into the volume, and was much interested in it, when, to my surprise, I came upon a passage which said that he had seen me at Laura Keene's theatre as Goldfinch in Holcroft's comedy The Road to Ruin, and that I reminded him of my father, in look, gesture, size, and make. Till then I was not aware that he had ever seen me. I was comparatively obscure, and to find myself remembered and written of by such a man gave me a thrill of pleasure I can never forget. I put down the book, and lay there thinking how proud I was, and ought to be, at the revelation of this compliment. What an incentive to a youngster like me to go on. And so I thought to myself, Washington Irving, the author of the sketch-book, in which is the quaint story of Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van Winkle. There was to me magic in the sound of the name as I repeated it. Why was this not the very character I wanted? An American story by an American author was surely just the theme suited to an American actor. In 10 minutes I had gone to the house and returned to the barn with the sketchbook. I had not read the story since I was a boy. I was disappointed with it. Not as a story, of course, but the tale was purely a narrative. The theme was interesting, but not dramatic. The silver Hudson stretches out before you as you read. The quaint red roofs and queer gables of the old Dutch cottages stand out against the mist upon the mountains. But all this is descriptive. The character of Rip does not speak 10 lines. What could be done dramatically with so simple a sketch? How could it be turned into an effective play? 3 or 4 bad dramatizations of the story had already been acted, but without marked success. Yeats of London had given one, in which the hero dies. One had been acted by my father, one by Hackett, and another by Burke. Some of these versions I had remembered when I was a boy, and I should say that Burke's play and performance were the best, but nothing that I remembered gave me the slightest encouragement that I could get a good play out of any of the existing materials. Still, I was so bent upon acting the part that I started for the city, and in less than a week, by industriously ransacking the theatrical wardrobe establishments for old leather and mildewed cloth, and by personally superintending the making of the wigs, each article of my costume was completed. And all this, too, before I had written a line of the play, or studied a word of the part. This is working in an opposite direction from all the conventional methods in the study and elaboration of a dramatic character, and certainly not following the course I would advise anyone to pursue. I merely mention the out-of-the-way, upside-down manner of going to work as an illustration of the impatience and enthusiasm with which I entered upon the task. I can only account for my getting the dress ready before I studied the part to the vain desire I had of witnessing myself in the glass, decked out and equipped as the hero of the Catskills. I got together the 3 old printed versions of the drama and the story itself. The plays were all in 2 acts. I thought it would be an improvement in the drama to arrange it in 3, making the scene with the Spectre crew an act by itself. This would separate the poetical from the domestic side of the story. But by far the most important alteration was in the interview with the spirits. In the old versions they spoke and sang. I remembered that the effect of this ghostly dialogue was dreadfully human, so I arranged that no voice but Rip's should be heard. This is the only act on the stage in which but one person speaks while all the others merely gesticulate, and I was quite sure that the silence of the crew would give a lonely and desolate character to the scene and add to its supernatural weirdness. By this time, too, a strong contrast with the single voice of Rip was obtained by the death-like stillness of the demons as they glided about the stage in solemn silence. It required some thought to hit upon just the best questions that could be answered by a nod and shake of the head, and to arrange that at times even Rip should propound a query to himself and answer it. But I had availed myself of so much of the old material that in a few days after I had begun my work it was finished. In the seclusion of the barn I studied and rehearsed the part, and by the end of summer I was prepared to transplant it from the rustic realms of an old farmhouse to a cosmopolitan audience in the city of Washington, where I opened at Carusi's Hall under the management of John T. Raymond. I had gone over the play so thoroughly that each situation was fairly engraved on my mind. The rehearsals were therefore not tedious to the actors. No one was delayed that I might consider how he or she should be disposed in the scene. I had by repeated experiments so saturated myself with the action of the play that a few days seemed to perfect the rehearsals. I acted on these occasions with all the point and feeling that I could muster. This answered the double purpose of giving me freedom and of observing the effect of what I was doing on the actors. They seemed to be watching me closely, and I could tell by little nods of approval where and when the points hit. I became each day more and more interested in the work. There was in the subject and the part much scope for novel and fanciful treatment. If the sleep of 20 years was merely incongruous, there would be room for argument, pro and con. But as it is an impossibility, I felt that the audience would accept it at once, not because it was an impossibility, but from a desire to know in what condition a man's mind would be if such an event could happen. Would he be thus changed? His identity being denied both by strangers, friends, and family, would he at last almost accept the verdict and exclaim, "Then I am dead, and that is a fact"? This was a strange and original attitude of the character that attracted me. In acting such a part, what to do was simple enough, but what not to do was the important and difficult point to determine. As the earlier scenes of the play were of a natural and domestic character, I had only to draw upon my experience for their effect, or employ such conventional methods as myself and others had used before in characters of that ilk. But from the moment Rip meets the spirits of Hendrik Hudson and his crew, I felt that all colloquial dialogue and commonplace pantomime should cease. It is at this point in the story that the supernatural element begins, and henceforth the character must be raised from the domestic plane and lifted into the realms of the ideal. To be brief, the play was acted with a result that was to me both satisfactory and disappointing. I was quite sure that the character was what I had been seeking, and I was equally satisfied that the play was not. The action had neither the body nor the strength to carry the hero. The spiritual quality was there, but the human interest was wanting. The final alterations and additions were made 5 years later by Dion Boucicault. Rip Van Winkle was not a sudden success. It did not burst upon the public like a torrent. Its flow was gradual, and its source sprang from the Harz Mountains, an old German legend called Karl the Shepherd, being the name of the original story. The genius of Washington Irving transplanted the tale to our own Catskills. The grace with which he paints the scene, and still more the quaintness of the story, placed it far above the original. Yeats, Hackett, and Burke had separate dramas written upon this scene, and acted the hero, leaving their traditions one to the other. I now came forth, and saying, "Give me leave," set to work using some of the before-mentioned traditions, mark you. Added to this, Dion Boucicault brought his dramatic skill to bear, and by important additions made a better play and a more interesting character of the hero than had as yet been reached. This adaptation, in my turn, I interpreted and enlarged upon. It is thus evident that while I may have done much to render the character and the play popular, it has not been the work of one mind, but both as to its narrative and its dramatic form has been often moulded, and by many skilful hands. So it would seem that those dramatic successes that come like shadows, so depart, and those that are lasting have ability for their foundation and industry for their superstructure. I speak now of the former and the present condition of the drama. What the future may bring forth, it is difficult to determine. The histrionic kaleidoscope revolves more rapidly than of yore, and the fantastic shapes that it exhibits are brilliant and confusing. But under all circumstances I should be loath to believe that any conditions will render the appearance of frivolous novices more potent than the earnest design of legitimate professors. End of How I Came to Play Rip Van Winkle by Joseph Jefferson.
A Model of Christian Charity by John Winthrop. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by A Founder's Keeper, the Progressing America Project. A Model of Christian Charity. God Almighty in His most holy and wise providence hath so disposed of the condition of mankind, as in all times some must be rich, some poor, some high and eminent in power and dignity, others mean and in submission. The reason hereof. First reason. First, to hold conformity with the rest of His world, being delighted to show forth the glory of His wisdom in the variety and difference of the creatures, and the glory of His power in ordering all these differences for the preservation and good of the whole, and the glory of His greatness, that it is the glory of princes to have many officers, so this great king will have many stewards, counting himself more honored in dispensing his gifts to man by man, than if he did it by his own immediate hands. Second reason. Secondly, that he might have the more occasion to manifest the work of his Spirit, first upon the wicked in moderating and restraining them, so that the rich and mighty should not eat up the poor, nor the poor and despised rise up against and shake off their yoke. Secondly, in the regenerate, in exercising his graces in them, as in the great ones, their love, mercy, gentleness, temperance, etc., and in the poor and inferior sort, their faith, patience, obedience, etc. Third reason. Thirdly, that every man might have need of others, and from hence they might be all knit more nearly together, in the bonds of brotherly affection. From hence it appears plainly, that no man is made more honorable than another, or more wealthy, etc., out of any particular and singular respect to himself, but for the glory of his Creator, and the common good of the creature, man. Therefore God still reserves the property of these gifts to himself, as Ezekiel 16:17. He therefore calls wealth, his gold and his silver, and Proverbs 3:9. He claims their service as his due, quote, honor the Lord with thy riches, end quote, etc. All men being thus, by divine providence, ranked into two sorts, rich and poor. Under the first are comprehended all such as are able to live comfortably by their own means duly improved, and all others are poor according to the former distribution. There are two rules whereby we are to walk one towards another, justice and mercy. These are always distinguished in their act and in their object, yet may they both concur in the same subject in each respect. As sometimes there may be an occasion of showing mercy to a rich man in some sudden danger or distress, and also doing of mere justice to a poor man in regard of some particular contract, etc. There is likewise a double law, by which we are regulated in our conversation towards another. In both the former respects, the law of nature and the law of grace, that is, the moral law or the law of the gospel, to omit the rule of justice as not properly belonging to this purpose, otherwise than it may fall into consideration in some particular cases. By the first of these laws, man as he was enabled so withal, is commanded to love his neighbor as himself. Upon this ground stands all the precepts of the moral law, which concerns our dealings with men. To apply this to the works of mercy, this law requires two things. First, that every man afford his help to another in every want or distress. Secondly, that he perform this out of the same affection which makes him careful of his own goods, according to the words of our Savior, from Matthew 7:12. Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you. This was practiced by Abraham and Lot, in entertaining the angels and the old man of Gibeah. The law of grace, or of the gospel, hath some difference from the former, the law of nature, as in these respects. First, the law of nature was given to man in the estate of innocence. This of the gospel in the estate of regeneracy. Secondly, the former propounds one man to another as the same flesh and image of God. This as a brother in Christ also, and in the communion of the same Spirit, and so teacheth to put a difference between Christians and others. Do good to all, especially to the household of faith. Upon this ground, the Israelites were to put a difference between the brethren of such as were strangers, though not of the Canaanites. Thirdly, the law of nature would give no rules for dealing with enemies, for all are to be considered as friends in the state of innocence, but the gospel commands love to an enemy. Proof: if thine enemy hunger, feed him. Quote, love your enemies. Do good to them that hate you. End quote. Matthew 5:44. This law of the gospel propounds likewise a difference of seasons and occasions. There is a time when a Christian must sell all and give to the poor, as they did in the apostles' times. There is a time also when Christians, though they give not all yet, must give beyond their ability, as they of Macedonia. 2 Corinthians 8. Likewise, community of perils calls for extraordinary liberality, and so doth community in some special service for the church. Lastly, when there is no other means whereby our Christian brother may be relieved in his distress, we must help him beyond our ability, rather than tempt God in putting him upon help by miraculous or extraordinary means. This duty of mercy is exercised in the kinds, giving, lending, and forgiving, of a debt. Question: what rule shall a man observe in giving in respect of the measure? Answer: if the time and occasion be ordinary, he is to give out of his abundance. Let him lay aside as God hath blessed him. If the time and occasion be extraordinary, he must be ruled by them, taking this withal, that then a man cannot likely do too much, especially if he may leave himself and his family under probable means of comfortable subsistence. Objection: a man must lay up for posterity. The fathers lay up for posterity and children, and he is worse than an infidel that provideth not for his own. Answer: for the first, it is plain that it being spoken by way of comparison, it must be meant of the ordinary and usual course of fathers, and cannot extend to times and occasions extraordinary. For the other place the apostle speaks against such as walked inordinately, and it is without question that he is worse than an infidel who through his own sloth and voluptuousness shall neglect to provide for his family. Objection: the wise man's eyes are in his head, saith Solomon, and foreseeth the plague. Therefore he must forecast and lay up against evil times, when he or his may stand in need of all he can gather. Answer: this very argument Solomon useth to persuade to liberality. Ecclesiastes 11. Quote, cast thy bread upon the waters, for thou knowest not what evil may come upon the land. End quote. Luke 16:9. Quote, make you friends of the riches of iniquity. End quote. You will ask how this shall be. Very well. For first, he that gives to the poor, lends to the Lord, and he will repay him, even in this life 100-fold to him or his. The righteous is ever merciful and lendeth, and his seed enjoyeth the blessing. And besides, we know what advantage it will be to us in the day of account, when many such witnesses shall stand forth for us, to witness the improvement of our talent. And I would know of those who plead so much for laying up for time to come, whether they hold that to be gospel. Matthew 6:19, quote, lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, end quote, etc. If they acknowledge it, to what extent will they allow it? If only to those primitive times, let them consider the reason whereupon our Savior grounds it. The first is that they are subject to the moth, the rust, the thief. Secondly, they will steal away the heart. Quote, where the treasure is, there will your heart be also. End quote. The reasons are of like force at all times. Therefore the exhortation must be general and perpetual, with always in respect of the love and affection to riches, and in regard of the things themselves, when any special service for the church, or particular distress of our brother, do call for the use of them. Otherwise it is not only lawful but necessary to lay up, as Joseph did, to have ready upon such occasions, as the Lord, whose stewards we are of them, shall call for them from us. Christ gives us an instance of the first, when he sent his disciples for the donkey, and bids them answer the owner thus, quote, the Lord hath need of him. End quote. So when the tabernacle was to be built, he sends his people to call for their silver and gold, etc., and yields no other reason but that it was for his work. When Elisha comes to the widow of Sarepta, and finds her preparing to make ready her pittance for herself and family, he bids her first provide for him, he challenges first God's part, which she must first give, before she must serve her own family. All these teach us that the Lord looks, that when he is pleased to call for his right in anything we have, our own interests we have, must stand aside till his turn be served. For the other, we need look no further than to that of 1 John 3:17. Quote, He who hath this world's goods, and seeth his brother to need, and shuts up his compassion from him, how dwelleth the love of God in him? End quote. Which comes punctually to this conclusion: if thy brother be in want, and thou canst help him, thou needest not make doubt of what thou shouldest do. If thou lovest God, thou must help him. Question: what rule must we observe in lending? Answer: thou must observe whether thy brother hath present, or probable, or possible means of repaying thee. If there be none of those, thou must give him according to his necessity, rather than lend him as he requires or requests. If he hath present means of repaying thee, thou art to look at him not as an act of mercy, but by way of commerce, wherein thou art to walk by the rule of justice. But if his means of repaying thee be only probable or possible, then he is an object of thy mercy. Thou must lend him, though there be danger of losing it. Deuteronomy 15:7 and 8. Quote, If any of thy brethren be poor, thou shalt lend him sufficient. End quote. That men might not shift off this duty by the apparent hazard, he tells them that though the year of Jubilee were at hand, when he must remit it, if he were not able to repay it before, yet he must lend him, and that cheerfully. It may not grieve thee to give him, saith he. And because some might object, why so I should soon impoverish myself and my family, he adds, with all thy work, etc. For our Savior said, Matt 5:42, quote, From him that would borrow of thee, turn not away. End quote. Question: what rule must we observe in forgiving a debt? Answer: whether thou didst lend by way of commerce or in mercy, if he hath nothing to pay thee, thou must forgive, except in cause where thou hast a surety or a lawful pledge. Deuteronomy 15:1 and 2. Every 7th year, the creditor was to quit that which he lent to his brother, if he were poor, as appears in verse 4. Quote, Save when there shall be no poor with thee. End quote. In all these and like cases, Christ gives a general rule, Matthew 7:12. Quote, Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye the same to them. End quote. Question: what rule must we observe and walk by in cause of community of peril? Answer: the same as before, but with more enlargement towards others, and less respect towards ourselves in our own right. Hence it was, that in the primitive church they sold all, had all things in common, neither did any man say that which he possessed was his own. Likewise, in their return out of the captivity, because the work was great for the restoring of the church, and the danger of enemies was common to all, Nehemiah directs the Jews to liberality, and readiness in remitting their debts to their brethren, and disposing liberally to such as wanted, and stand not upon their dues, which they might have demanded of them. Thus did some of our forefathers in times of persecution in England, and so did many of the faithful of other churches, whereof we keep an honorable remembrance of them. And it is to be observed, that both in scriptures and latter stories of the churches, that such as have been most bountiful to the poor saints, especially in those extraordinary times and occasions, God hath left them highly commended to posterity, as Zacchaeus, Cornelius, Dorcas, Bishop Hooper, the Cutler of Brussels, and divers others. Observe again, that the Scripture gives no caution to restrain any from being over liberal this way, but all men to the liberal and cheerful practice hereof by the sweeter promises, as to instance one for many, Isaiah 58:6-9. Quote, Is not this the fast I have chosen, to loose the bonds of wickedness, to take off the heavy burdens, to let the oppressed go free, and to break every yoke, to deal thy bread to the hungry, and to bring the poor that wander into thy house, when thou seest the naked to cover them. And then shall thy light break forth, as the morning, and thy health shall grow speedily. Thy righteousness shall go before God, and the glory of the Lord shall embrace thee. Then thou shalt call, and the Lord shall answer thee. Etc. And from 2:10, If thou pour out thy soul to the hungry, then shall thy light spring out in darkness, and the Lord shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy soul in the drought, and make fat thy bones. Thou shalt be like a watered garden, and they shall be of thee that shall build the old waste places. Etc. On the contrary, most heavy curses are laid upon such as are straitened towards the Lord and his people. Judges 5:23. Curse ye Merosh, because they came not to help the Lord. He who shutteth his ears from hearing the cry of the poor, he shall cry and shall not be heard. Matthew 25. Go ye cursed into everlasting fire. Etc. I was hungry and ye fed me not. 2 Corinthians 9:6. He that soweth sparingly shall reap sparingly. Having already set forth the practice of mercy according to the rule of God's law, it will be useful to lay open the grounds of it also, being the other part of the commandment, and that is the affection from which this exercise of mercy must arise. The Apostle tells us that this love is the fulfilling of the law, not that it is enough to love our brother and so no further, but in regard to the excellency of his parts, giving any motion to the other as the soul to the body, and the power it hath to set all the faculties at work in the outward exercise of this duty, as when we bid one to make the clock strike, he doth not lay hand on the hammer, which in the immediate instrument of the sound, but sets on work the first mover or main wheel, knowing that will certainly produce the sound which he intends. So the way to draw men to the works of mercy is not by force of argument from the goodness or necessity of the work, for though this cause may enforce a rational mind to some present act of mercy, as is frequent in experience, yet it cannot work such a habit in a soul, as shall make it prompt upon all occasions to produce the same effect, but by framing these affections of love in the heart which will as naturally bring forth the other, as any cause doth produce the effect. The definition which the Scripture gives us of love is this: love is the bond of perfection. First, it is a bond or ligament. Secondly, it makes the work perfect. There is no body, but consists of parts, and that which knits these parts together gives the body its perfection, because it makes each part so contiguous to others, as thereby they do mutually participate with each other, both in strength and infirmity, in pleasure and pain. To instance, in the most perfect of all bodies, Christ and his church make one body. The several parts of this body, considered apart before they were united, were as disproportionate and as much disordering as so many contrary qualities or elements. But when Christ comes, and by his Spirit and love knits all these parts to himself and each to other, it is become the most perfect and best proportioned body in the world. Ephesians 4:15 and 16. Christ, by whom all the body being knit together by every joint for the furniture thereof, according to the effectual power which is in the measure of every perfection of parts, a glorious body without spot or wrinkle, the ligaments hereof being Christ, or his love, for Christ is love. 1 John 4:8. So this definition is right. Love is the bond of perfection. From hence we may frame these conclusions. First of all, true Christians are of one body in Christ. 1 Corinthians 12. Ye are the body of Christ and members of their part. All the parts of this body being thus united, are made so contiguous in a special relation as they must needs partake of each other's strength and uniformity, joy and sorrow, weal and woe. If one member suffers, all suffer with it. If one be in honor, all rejoice with it. Secondly, the ligaments of this body which knit together are love. Thirdly, no body can be perfect which wants its proper ligament. Fourthly, all the parts of this body being thus united are made so contiguous in a special relation as they must needs partake of each other's strength and infirmity, joy and sorrow, weal and woe. 1 Corinthians 12:26. If one member suffers, all suffer with it. If one be in honor, all rejoice with it. Fifthly, this sensitivity and sympathy of each other's conditions will necessarily infuse into each part a native desire and endeavor to strengthen, defend, preserve, and comfort the other. To insist a little on this conclusion being the product of all the former, the truth hereof will appear both by precept and pattern. 1 John 3:16, quote, "We ought to lay down our lives for the brethren," end quote. Galatians 6:2, quote, "Bear ye another's burden, and so fulfill the law of Christ," end quote. For patterns, we have that first of our Savior who, out of his good will in obedience to his Father, becoming a part of this body and being knit with it in the bond of love, found such a native sensitivity of our infirmities and sorrows, as he willingly yielded himself to death, to ease the infirmities of the rest of his body, and so healed their sorrows. From the like sympathy of parts did the apostles and many thousands of the saints lay down their lives for Christ. Again, the like we may see in the members of this body among themselves. Romans 9. Paul could have been contented to have been separated from Christ, that the Jews might not be cut off from the body. It is very observable what we professeth of this affectionate partaking with every member. Quote, "Who is weak, saith he, and I am not weak? Who is offended, and I burn not?" End quote. And again, 2 Corinthians 7:13. Quote, "Therefore we are comforted because ye were comforted." End quote. Of Epaphroditus he speaketh, Philippians 2:25-30, that he regarded not his own life to do him service. So Phoebe and others are called the servants of the church. Now it is apparent that they served not for wages, or by constraint, but out of love. The like we shall find in the histories of the church, in all ages. The sweet sympathy of affections which was in the members of this body one towards another, their cheerfulness in serving and suffering together, how liberal they were without repining, harborers without grudging, and helpful without reproaching, and all from hence, because they had fervent love amongst them, which only makes the practice of mercy constant and easy. The next consideration is how this love comes to be wrought. Adam in his first estate was a perfect model of mankind in all their generations, and in him this love was perfected in regard of the habit. But Adam, himself rent from his Creator, rent all his posterity also one from another, whence it comes that every man is born with this principle in him, to love and seek himself only. And thus a man continueth till Christ comes and takes possession of the soul and infuseth another principle, love to God and our brother. And this latter, having continual supply from Christ, as the head and root by which he is united, gets predominant in the soul, so by little and little expels the former. 1 John 4:7. Love cometh of God, and every one that loveth is born of God, so that this love is the fruit of the new birth, and none can have it but the new creature. Now when this quality is thus formed in the souls of men, it works like the Spirit upon the dry bones. Ezekiel 37:7, quote, "Bone came to bone," end quote. It gathers together the scattered bones, or perfect old man Adam, and knits them into one body again in Christ, whereby a man is become again a living soul. The third consideration is concerning the exercise of this love, which is twofold, inward or outward. The outward hath been handled in the former preface of this discourse. From unfolding the other we must take in our way that maxim of philosophy, simile simile gaudet, or like will to like. For as of things which are turned with disaffection to each other, the ground of it is from a dissimilitude or arising from the contrary or different nature of the things themselves. For the ground of love is an apprehension of some resemblance in the things loved to that which affects it. This is the cause why the Lord loves the creature, so far as it hath any of his image in it. He loves his elect because they are like himself. He beholds them in his beloved Son. So a mother loves her child because she thoroughly conceives a resemblance of herself in it. Thus it is, between the members of Christ, each discerns, by the work of the Spirit, his own image and resemblance in another, and therefore cannot but love him as he loves himself. Now when the soul, which is of a sociable nature, finds anything like to itself, it is like Adam when Eve was brought to him. She must be one with himself. This is flesh of my flesh, saith he, and bone of my bone. So the soul conceives a great delight in it. Therefore she desires nearness and familiarity with it. She hath a great propensity to do it good and receives much content in it. As fearing the miscarriage of her beloved, she bestows in it the inmost closet of her heart. She will not endure that it shall want any good which she can give it. If by occasion she be withdrawn from the company of it, she is still looking towards the place where she left her beloved. If she heard it groan, she is with it presently. If she find it sad and disconsolate, she sighs and moans with it. She hath no such joy as to see her beloved merry and thriving. If she see it wronged, she cannot hear it without passion. She sets no bounds to her affections, nor hath any thought of reward. She finds recompense enough in the exercise of her love towards it. We may see this acted to life in Jonathan and David. Jonathan, a valiant man endued with the spirit of love, so soon as he discovered the same spirit in David, had presently his heart knit to him by this ligament of love, so that it is said, he loved him as his own soul. He takes so great pleasure in him, that he strips himself to adorn his beloved. His father's kingdom was not so precious to him as his beloved David. David shall have it with all his heart. Himself desires no more, but that he may be near him, to rejoice in his good. He chooseth to converse with him in the wilderness, even to the hazard of his own life, rather than with the great couriers in his father's palace. When he sees danger towards him, he spares neither rare pains nor peril to direct it. When injury was offered his beloved David, he would not bear it, though from his own father. And when they must part for a season only, they thought their hearts would have broke for sorrow, had not their affections found vent by abundance of tears. Other instances might be brought to show the nature of this affection, as of Ruth and Naomi, and many others, but this truth is clear enough. If any shall object that it is not possible that love shall be bred or upheld without hope of requital, it is granted, but that is not our cause, for this love is always under reward. It never gives, but it always receives with advantage. First, in regard that among the members of the same body, love and affection are reciprocal in a most equal and sweet kind of commerce. Secondly, in regard of the pleasure and content that the exercise of love carries with it, as we may see in the natural body. The mouth is at all the pains to receive and mince the food which serves for the nourishment of all the other parts of the body, yet it hath no cause to complain, for first the other parts send back, by several passages, a due proportion of the same nourishment, in a better form for the strengthening and comforting the mouth. Secondly, the labor of the mouth is accompanied with such pleasure and content, as far exceeds the pains it takes. So is it in all the labor of love among Christians. The party-loving reaps love again, as was showed before, which the soul covets more than all the wealth in the world. Thirdly, nothing yields more pleasure and content to the soul than when it finds that which it may love fervently. For to love and live beloved is the soul's paradise both here and in heaven. In the state of wedlock there be many comforts to learn, out of the troubles of that condition, but let such as have tried the most, say if there be any sweetness in that condition comparable to the exercise of mutual love. From the former considerations arise these conclusions. First, this love among Christians is a real thing, not imaginary. Secondly, this love is as absolutely necessary to the being of the body of Christ, as the sinews and other ligaments of a natural body are to the being of that body. Thirdly, this love is a divine, spiritual nature, free, active, strong, courageous, permanent, undervaluing all things beneath its proper object and of all the graces. This makes us nearer to resemble the virtues of our Heavenly Father. Fourthly, it rests in the love and welfare of its beloved. For the full certain knowledge of those truths concerning the nature, use, and excellency of this grace, that which the Holy Ghost hath left recorded, 1 Corinthians 13, may give full satisfaction, which is needful for every true member of this lovely body of the Lord Jesus, to work upon their hearts by prayer, meditation, continual exercise at least of the special influence of this grace, till Christ be formed in them, and they in him, all in each other, knit together by this bond of love. It rests now to make some application of this discourse, by the present design, which gave the occasion of writing it. Herein are 4 things to be propounded. First, the persons. Secondly, the work. Thirdly, the end. Fourthly, the means. First, for the persons. We are a company professing ourselves fellow members of Christ, in which respect only, though we were absent from each other many miles, and had our employments as far distant, yet we ought to account ourselves knit together by this bond of love, and live in the exercise of it, if we would have comfort of our being in Christ. This was notorious in the practice of the Christians in former times, as is testified of the Waldenses, from the mouth of one of the adversaries, Aeneas Sylvius, quote, mutuo ament pene antiquum norent, end quote. They used to love any of their own religion, even before they were acquainted with them. Secondly, for the work we have in hand. It is by mutual consent, through a special overvaluing providence and a more than ordinary approbation of the churches of Christ, to seek out a place of cohabitation and consortship, under a due form of government, both civil and ecclesiastical. In cases such as this, the care of the public must oversway all private respects, by which, not only conscience, but mere civil policy doth bind us. For it is a true rule, that particular estates cannot subsist in the ruin of the public. Thirdly, the end is to improve our lives to do more service to the Lord, the comfort and increase of the body of Christ, whereof we are members, that ourselves and posterity may be the better preserved from the common corruptions of this evil world, to serve the Lord and work out our salvation under the power and purity of his holy ordinances. Fourthly, for the means whereby this must be effected. They are twofold, a conformity with the work and goal we aim at. These we see are extraordinary, therefore we must not content ourselves with usual ordinary means. Whatsoever we did or ought to have done, when we lived in England, the same must we do, and more also, where we go. That which the most in their churches maintain as truth in profession only, we must bring into familiar and constant practice, as in this duty of love. We must love brotherly without dissimulation. We must love one another with a pure heart fervently. We must bear one another's burdens. We must not look only to our own things, but also on the things of our brethren. Neither must we think that the Lord will bear with such failings at our hands, as he doth from those among whom we have lived, and that for these 3 reasons. First, in regard of the more near bond of marriage between him and us, wherein he hath taken us to be his, after a most strict and peculiar manner, which will make him the more jealous of our love and obedience. So he tells the people of Israel, You only have I known of all the families of the earth, therefore I will punish you for your transgressions. Secondly, because the Lord will be sanctified in them that come near him. We know that there were many that corrupted the service of the Lord, some setting up altars before his own, others offering both strange fire and strange sacrifices also. Yet there came no fire from heaven, or other sudden judgment upon them, as did upon Nadab and Abihu, whom yet we may think did not sin presumptuously. Thirdly, when God gives a special commission, he looks to have it strictly observed in every article. When he gave Saul a commission to destroy Amalek, he indented him with upon certain articles, and because he failed in one of the least, and that upon a fair pretense, it lost him the kingdom, which should have been his reward, if he had observed his commission. Thus stands the cause between God and us. We are entered into covenant with him for this work. We have taken out a commission. The Lord hath given us leave to draw our own articles. We have professed to enterprise these and those accounts, upon these and those ends. We have hereupon besought him of favor and blessing. Now, if the Lord shall please to hear us, and bring us in peace to the place we desire, then hath he ratified this covenant and sealed our commission, and will expect a strict performance of the articles contained in it. But if we shall neglect the observation of these articles which are the ends we have propounded, and, dissembling with our God, shall fall to embrace this present world and prosecute our carnal intentions, seeking great things for ourselves and our posterity, the Lord will surely break out in wrath against us, and be revenged of such people, and make us know the price of the breach of such a covenant. Now the only way to avoid this shipwreck, and to provide for our posterity, is to follow the counsel of Micah, to do justly, to love mercy, to walk humbly with our God. For this end we must be knit together, in this work as one man. We must entertain each other in brotherly affection. We must be willing to abridge ourselves of our superfluities, for the supply of others' necessities. We must uphold a familiar commerce together in all meekness, gentleness, patience, and liberality. And we must delight in each other, make others' conditions our own, rejoice together, mourn together, labor and suffer together, always having before our eyes our commission and community in the work, as members of the same body. So shall we keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. The Lord will be our God, and delight to dwell among us, as his own people, and will command a blessing upon us in all our ways, so that we shall see much more of his wisdom, power, goodness, and truth, than formerly we have been acquainted with. We shall find that the God of Israel is among us, when 10 of us shall be able to resist 1,000 of our enemies, when he shall make us a praise, and glory that men shall say of succeeding plantations, quote, May the Lord make it like that of New England. End quote. For we must consider that we shall be as a city upon a hill. The eyes of all people are upon us, so that if we shall deal falsely with our God in this work we have undertaken, and so cause him to withdraw his present help from us, we shall be made a story and a byword through the world. We shall open the mouths of enemies to speak evil of the ways of God, and all professors for God's sake. We shall shame the faces of many of God's worthy servants, and cause their prayers to be turned into curses upon us, till we be consumed out of the good land whither we are going. And to shut this discourse with that exhortation of Moses, that faithful servant of the Lord, in his last farewell to Israel, Deuteronomy 30, quote, Beloved, there is now set forth before us life and death, good and evil, end quote, in that we are commanded this day to love the Lord our God, and to love one another, to walk in his ways and to keep his commandments and his ordinance and his laws, and the articles of our covenant with him, that we may live and be multiplied, and that the Lord our God may bless us in the land whither we go to possess it. But if our hearts shall turn away, so that we will not obey, but shall be seduced, and worship other gods, our pleasure and profits, and serve them, it is propounded upon us this day, we shall surely perish out of the good land whether we pass over this vast sea to possess it. Therefore let us choose life, that we and our seed may live, by obeying his voice and cleaving to him, for he is our life and our prosperity. End of A Model of Christian Charity by John Winthrop.
On the Decay of the Art of Lying. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. On the Decay of the Art of Lying by Mark Twain. Essay for discussion, read at a meeting of the Historical and Antiquarian Club of Hartford, and offered for the $30 prize. Note, did not take the prize. Observe, I do not mean to suggest that the custom of lying has suffered any decay or interruption. No, for the lie as a virtue, a principle, is eternal. The lie as a recreation, a solace, a refuge in time of need, the fourth grace, the 10th muse, man's best and surest friend, is immortal, and cannot perish from the earth while this club remains. My complaint simply concerns the decay of the art of lying. No high-minded man, no man of right feeling, can contemplate the lumbering and slovenly lying of the present day without grieving to see a noble art so prostituted. In this veteran presence, I naturally enter upon this theme with diffidence. It is like an old maid trying to teach nursery matters to the mothers in Israel. It would not become me to criticize you, gentlemen, who are nearly all my elders, and my superiors in this thing, if I should here and there seem to do it. I trust it will, in most cases, be more in a spirit of admiration than fault-finding. Indeed, if this finest of the fine arts had everywhere received the attention, the encouragement, and conscientious practice and development which this club has devoted to it, I should not need to utter this lament or shed a single tear. I do not say this to flatter. I say it in a spirit of just and appreciative recognition. It had been my intention, at this point, to mention names and to give illustrative specimens, but indications observable about me admonished me to beware of the particulars, and confine myself to generalities. No fact is more firmly established than that lying is a necessity of our circumstances. The deduction that it is then a virtue goes without saying. No virtue can reach its highest usefulness without careful and diligent cultivation. Therefore, it goes without saying that this one ought to be taught in the public schools, even in the newspapers. What chance has the ignorant, uncultivated liar against the educated expert? What chance have I against against the lawyer? Judicious lying is what the world needs. I sometimes think it were even better and safer not to lie at all than to lie injudiciously. An awkward, unscientific lie is often as ineffectual as the truth. Now let us see what the philosophers say. Note that venerable proverb, "Children and fools always speak the truth." The deduction is plain. Adults and wise persons never speak it. Parkman, the historian, says, "The principle of truth may itself be carried into an absurdity." In another place in the same chapters he says, "The saying is old that truth shall not be spoken at all times, and those whom a sick conscience worries into habitual violation of the maxim are imbeciles and nuisances." It is strong language, but true. None of us could live with an habitual truth-teller, but, thank goodness, none of us has to. An habitual truth-teller is simply an impossible creature. He does not exist. He never has existed. Of course, there are people who think they never lie, but it is not so. And this ignorance is one of the very things that shame our so-called civilization. Everybody lies, every day, every hour, awake, asleep, in his dreams, in his joy, in his mourning. If he keeps his tongue still, his hands, his feet, his eyes, his attitude will convey deception, and purposely. Even in sermons, but that is a platitude. In a far country where I once lived, the ladies used to go around paying calls, under the humane and kindly pretence of wanting to see each other. And when they returned home, they would cry out with a glad voice, saying, "We made 16 calls and found 14 of them out," not meaning that they had found out anything important against the 14. No, that was only a colloquial phrase to signify that they were not at home, and their manner of saying it expressed their lively satisfaction in the fact. Now, their pretence of wanting to see the 14, and the other 2, whom they had been less lucky with, was that commonest and mildest form of lying which is sufficiently described as a deflection from the truth. Is it justifiable? Most certainly. It is beautiful. It is noble. For its object is not to reap profit, but to convey a pleasure to the 16. The iron-souled truth-monger would plainly manifest, or even utter, the fact that he didn't want to see those people, and he would be an ass and inflict totally unnecessary pain. And next, those ladies in that far country— But never mind. They had 1,000 pleasant ways of lying, that grew out of gentle impulses, and were a credit to their intelligence and an honor to their hearts. Let the particulars go. The men in that far country were liars, every one. Their mere howdy-do was a lie, because they didn't care how you did, except they were undertakers. To the ordinary inquirer you lied in return, for you made no conscientious diagnostic of your case, but answered at random, and usually missed it considerably. You lied to the undertaker, and said your health was failing, a wholly commendable lie, since it cost you nothing and pleased the other man. If a stranger called and interrupted you, you said with your hearty tongue, "I'm glad to see you," and said with your heartier soul, "I wish you were with the cannibals, and it was dinner-time." When he went, you said regretfully, "Must you go?" and followed it with a "Call again." But you did no harm, for you did not deceive anybody nor inflict any hurt, whereas the truth would have made you both unhappy. I think that all this courteous lying is a sweet and loving art, and should be cultivated. The highest perfection of politeness is only a beautiful edifice, built, from the base to the dome, of graceful and gilded forms of charitable and unselfish lying. What I bemoan is the growing prevalence of the brutal truth. Let us do what we can to eradicate it. An injurious truth has no merit over an injurious lie. Neither should ever be uttered. The man who speaks an injurious truth, lest his soul be not saved if he do otherwise, should reflect that that sort of a soul is not strictly worth saving. The man who tells a lie to help a poor devil out of trouble is one of whom the angels doubtless say, "Lo, here is an heroic soul who casts his own welfare in jeopardy to succor his neighbors. Let us exalt this magnanimous liar." An injurious lie is an uncommendable thing. And so also, and in the same degree, is an injurious truth, a fact that is recognized by the law of libel. Among other common lies we have the silent lie, the deception which one conveys by simply keeping still and concealing the truth. Many obstinate truth-mongers indulge in this dissipation, imagining that if they speak no lie, they lie not at all. In that far country where I once lived, there was a lovely spirit, a lady whose impulses were always high and pure, and whose character answered to them. One day I was there at dinner, and remarked, in a general way, that we are all liars. She was amazed, and said, "Not all." It was before Pinafore's time, so I did not make the response which would naturally follow in one day, but frankly said, "Yes, all. We are all liars. There are no exceptions." She looked almost offended. "Why, do you include me?" "Certainly," I said. "I think you even rank as an expert." She said, "Shh, the children." So the subject was changed in deference to the children's presence, and we went on talking about other things. But as soon as the young people were out of the way, the lady came warmly back to the matter, and said, "I have made a rule of my life to never tell a lie, and I have never departed from it in a single instance." I said, "I don't mean the least harm or disrespect, but really you have been lying like smoke ever since I've been sitting here. It has caused me a good deal of pain, because I'm not used to it." She required of me an instance, just a single instance. So I said, "Here is the unfilled duplicate of the blank which the Oakland hospital people sent to you by the hand of the sick nurse when she came here to nurse your little nephew through his dangerous illness. This blank asks all manners of questions as to the conduct of that sick nurse. Did she ever sleep on her watch? Did she ever forget to give the medicine? And so forth and so on. You are warned to be very careful and explicit in your answers, for the welfare of the service requires that the nurses be promptly fined or otherwise punished for derelictions. You told me that you were perfectly delighted with this nurse, that she had 1,000 perfections and only one fault. You found you could never depend on her wrapping Johnny up half sufficiently, while he waited in a chilly chair for her to rearrange the warm bed. You filled up the duplicate of this paper and sent it back to the hospital by the hand of the nurse. How did you answer this question? Was the nurse at any time guilty of a negligence which was likely to result in the patient's taking cold? Come, everything is decided by a bet here in California. $10 to 10 cents you lied when you answered that question. She said, "I didn't. I left it blank." Just so. You have told a silent lie. You have left it to be inferred that you had no fault to find in that matter. She said, "Oh, was that a lie? And how could I mention her one single fault, and she is so good? It would have been cruel." I said, "One ought always to lie when one can do good by it. Your impulse was right, but your judgment was crude. This comes of unintelligent practice. Now, observe the results of this inexpert deflection of ours. You know Mr. Jones's Willie is lying very low with scarlet fever. Well, your recommendation was so enthusiastic that that girl is there nursing him, and the worn-out family have all been trustingly sound asleep for the last 14 hours, leaving their darling with full confidence in those fatal hands, because you, like young George Washington, have a reputation. However, if you are not going to have anything to do, I will come around tomorrow, and we'll attend the funeral together. For, of course, you'll naturally feel a peculiar interest in Willie's case, as personal a one, in fact, as the undertaker. Before I was half-way through, she was in a carriage, and making 30 miles an hour toward the Jones mansion to save what was left of Willie, and to tell all she knew about the deadly nurse. All of which was unnecessary, as Willie wasn't sick. I had been lying myself. But that same day, all the same, She sent a line to the hospital which filled up the neglected blank, and stated the facts, too, in the squarest possible manner. Now, you see, this lady's fault was not in lying, but in lying injudiciously. She should have told the truth there, and made it up to the nurse with a fraudulent compliment further along in the paper. She could have said, "In one respect this sick nurse is perfection. When she is on the watch, she never snores." Almost any little pleasant lie would have taken the sting out of that troublesome but necessary expression of the truth. Lying is universal. We all do it. Therefore, the wise thing is for diligently to train ourselves to lie thoughtfully, judiciously, to lie with a good object and not an evil one, to lie for others' advantage and not our own, to lie healingly, charitably, humanely, not cruelly, hurtfully, maliciously, to lie gracefully and graciously, not awkwardly and clumsily, to lie firmly, frankly, squarely, with head erect, not haltingly, tortuously, with pusillanimous mien, as being ashamed of our high calling. Then shall we be rid of the rank and pestilent truth that is rotting the land. Then shall we be great and good and beautiful, and worthy dwellings in the world where even benign nature habitually lies, except when she promises execrable weather. Then, but am I but a new and feeble student in this gracious art? I cannot instruct this club. Joking aside, I think there is much need of wise examination into what sorts of lies are best and wholesomest to be indulged, seeing we must all lie, and we do all lie, and what sorts it may be best to avoid. And this is a thing which I feel I can confidently put into the hands of this experienced club, a ripe body, who may be termed, in this regard, and without undue flattery, old masters. End of On the Decay of the Art of Lying, by Mark Twain.
Proclamation 3395 by Dean Rusk, as read by John F. Kennedy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Proclamation 3395, Red Cross Month, 1961. Whereas the American National Red Cross was established officially by the Congress of the United States and operates under grant of authority from the government, but nevertheless receives its support solely from the voluntary contributions and efforts of the American people. And whereas the Charter of the Red Cross imposes upon it specific duties and responsibilities in providing welfare services for the armed forces and for veterans and their families, and in meeting the needs of families suffering from disasters. And whereas the American National Red Cross, working with the 85-nation League of Red Cross Societies, helps to alleviate human suffering caused by disaster or disease throughout the world, and whereas in communities across this nation more than 2 million Red Cross volunteers help their neighbors with youth services, a blood program, first aid, water safety, nursing services, and other humanitarian activities. And whereas throughout its 80 years of varied and commendable services in our nation, the Red Cross has earned the respect and gratitude of our citizens. Now, therefore, I, John F. Kennedy, President of the United States of America and Honorary Chairman of the American National Red Cross, do hereby designate March 1961 as Red Cross Month, and I urge all Americans to support the Red Cross in its local, national, and international missions of mercy. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States of America to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 28th day of February, in the year of our Lord 1961, and of the independence of the United States of America, this 185th. John F. Kennedy, by the President. Dean Rusk, Secretary of State. End of Proclamation 3395 by Dean Rusk and John F. Kennedy.
Sergeant York, from the Official History of 82nd Division, written by divisional officers designated by the division commander. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One exploit in this day's work will always be retold in the military tradition of our country. It is entitled to a place among the famous deeds in arms of legendary or modern warfare. Early in the attack of this battalion, the progress of G Company on the left was seriously impeded by heavy machine gun fire from a hill directly southwest across the valley from Hill 223. Although this territory was south of the zone of action assigned the 82nd Division, it was necessary to reduce this fire or suffer disastrous consequences. A force of 4 non-commissioned officers and 13 privates was sent from the left support platoon of G Company to encircle the hill and silence the enemy guns. This detachment, under Acting Sergeant Early, encircled the hill from the southeast and by a very skillful reconnaissance passed through the heavy woods on the east crest and descended to the wooded ravine on the west side of the hill. The detachment, in working through the underbrush, came upon a German battalion estimated to contain about 250 men, a considerable number of whom were machine gunners. Orders taken later from the pocket of the German battalion commander proved that the mission of this battalion was to launch a counterattack against the left flank of our attack at 10 hours 30 minutes. About 75 Germans were crowded around their battalion commander, apparently engaged in receiving final instructions. A force of machine gunners and infantrymen, however, were lying in foxholes 50 yards away on the western slope of the hill. Other machine gun detachments were located on the north and northeast slopes of this same wooded hill. The handful of Americans, led by Corporal Early, appeared as a complete surprise to this German battalion. The large body of Germans surrounding the German battalion commander began surrendering to our men, whom the enemy supposed to be the leading element of a large American force which had enveloped their position. German machine gunners on the hillside, however, quickly reversed their guns and poured a hail of bullets into the bottom of the ravine, killing 6 and wounding 3 of the American detachment. All of the non-commissioned officers were killed or seriously wounded except Corporal Alvin C. York of Pall Mall, Tennessee. With Corporal York were 7 privates, 4 of whom were mostly occupied in covering with their rifles the large group of German infantrymen who had thrown down their arms at the first surprise. A few shots were fired by the remaining 3 Americans, but the chief burden of initiative and achievement fell upon Corporal York. Crouching close to the huddle of German prisoners, he engaged in a rapid-fire action with the machine gunners and infantrymen on the hillside. The return fire struck just behind him, due to the fact that careful shooting from the hillside was necessary by the Germans to avoid injuring their own men a few feet in front of Corporal York. The American fired all the rifle ammunition clips on the front of his belt, and then 3 complete clips from his automatic pistol. In days past he had won many a turkey shoot with the rifle and pistol in the Tennessee mountains, and it is believed that he wasted no ammunition on this day. Once a lieutenant on the hillside led a counterattack of a dozen gunners and infantrymen against this extraordinary marksman, who shot the lieutenant through the stomach and killed others before the survivors took cover. German morale gave way entirely, and the battalion commander surrendered his command. Corporal York placed himself between two German officers at the head of the column, and distributed the 7 Americans on guard along the flanks and in rear of the hastily formed column of prisoners. On his way back over the hill, he picked up a considerable number of additional prisoners from the north and northeast slopes of the hill. When he reported at the battalion P.C., Lieutenant Woods, the battalion adjutant, 2nd Battalion, 328th Infantry, counted the prisoners and found that they totaled 3 officers and 129 enlisted men. The prisoners proved to be part of the 45th Reserve Division. The 3 wounded Americans were brought in with the column. The 6 dead Americans were buried later where they had fallen. During the forenoon, Lieutenant Cox passed the scene of this fight with a portion of F Company. He estimates that approximately 20 dead Germans lay on the hillside. After the armistice, Corporal York received the personal thanks of Major General Duncan, the division commander, Major General Summerall, commanding 5th Corps, and General Pershing, the commander-in-chief. He was also given the Congressional Medal of Honor and the Croix de Guerre. End of official history of 82nd Division by divisional officers.
Taming the Bicycle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Taming the Bicycle, from What is Man and Other Essays, by Mark Twain. Introduction. In the early 80s, Mark Twain learned to ride one of the high-wheel bicycles of that period. He wrote an account of his experience, but did not offer it for publication. The form of bicycle he rode long ago became antiquated, but in the humor of his pleasantry is a quality which does not grow old. Albert Bigelow Paine. 1. I thought the matter over, and concluded I could do it. So I went down and bought a barrel of Pond's extract and a bicycle. The expert came home with me to instruct me. We chose the backyard for the sake of privacy, and went to work. Mine was not a full-grown bicycle, but only a Colt 50-inch, with the pedals shortened up to 48, and skittish like any other Colt. The expert explained the thing's points briefly, then he got on its back and rode around a little, to show me how easy it was to do. He said that the dismounting was perhaps the hardest thing to learn, and so we would leave that to the last. But he was in error there. He found, to his surprise and joy, that all that he needed to do was get me onto the machine and stand out of the way. I could get off myself. Although I was wholly inexperienced, I dismounted in the best time on record. He was on that side, shoving up the machine. We all came down with a crash, he at the bottom, I next, and the machine on top. We examined the machine, but it was not in the least injured. This was hardly believable, yet the expert assured me that it was true. In fact, the examination proved it. I was partly to realize then how admirably these things are constructed. We applied some Pond's extracts and resumed. The expert got on the other side to shove up this time, but I dismounted on that side, so the result was as before. The machine was not hurt. We oiled ourselves again and resumed. This time the expert took up a sheltered position behind, but somehow or other we landed on him again. He was full of admiration, said it was abnormal. She was all right, not a scratch on her, not a timber started anywhere. I said it was wonderful while we were greasing up, but he said that when I came to know these steel spider-webs I would realize that nothing but dynamite could cripple them. Then he limped out to position, and we resumed once more. This time the expert took the position of shortstop, and got a man to shove up behind. We got up to a handsome speed, and presently traversed a brick, and I went out over the top of the tiller and landed, head down, on the instructor's back, and saw the machine fluttering in the air between me and the sun. It was well it came down on us, for that broke the fall, and it was not injured. 5 days later I got out, and was carried down to the hospital, and found the expert doing pretty fairly. In a few more days I was quite sound. I attribute this to my prudence in always dismounting on something soft. Some recommend a feather bed, but I think an expert is better. The expert got out at last, brought 4 assistants with him. It was a good idea. These 4 held the graceful cobweb upright, while I climbed into the saddle. Then they formed in column, and marched on either side of me, while the expert pushed behind. All hands assisted at the dismount. The bicycle had what is called the wobbles, and had them very badly. In order to keep my position, a good many things were required of me, and in every instance the thing required was against nature. That is to say, that whatever the needed thing might be, my nature, habit, and breeding moved me to attempt it in one way, while some immutable and unsuspected law of physics required that it be done in just the other way. I perceived by this how radically and grotesquely wrong had been the lifelong education of my body and members. They were steeped in ignorance. They knew nothing which it could profit them to know. For instance, if I found myself falling to the right, I put the tiller hard down the other way, by a quite natural impulse, and so violated a law, and kept on going down. The law required the opposite thing. The big wheel must be turned in the direction in which you are falling. It is hard to believe this when you are told it, and not merely hard to believe it, but impossible. It is opposed to all your notions, and it is just as hard to do it after you do come to believe it. Believing it, and knowing by the most convincing proof that it is true, does not help it. You can't any more do it than you could before. You can neither force nor persuade yourself to do it at first. The intellect has to come to the front now. It has to teach the limbs to discard their old education and adopt the new. The steps of one's progress are distinctly marked. At the end of each lesson he knows he has acquired something, and he also knows what that something is, and likewise that it will stay with him. It is not like studying German, where you mull along in a groping, uncertain way for 30 years, and at last, just as you think you've got it, they spring the subjunctive on you. There you are. No, and I see now, plainly enough, that the great pity about the German language is that you can't fall off it and hurt yourself. There is nothing like that feature to make you attend strictly to business. But I also see, by what I have learned of bicycling, that the right and only sure way to learn German is by the bicycling method. That is to say, take a grip on one villainy of it at a time, leaving that one half learned. When you have reached the point in bicycling where you can balance the machine tolerably fairly, and propel it and steer it, then comes your next task, how to mount it. You do it in this way. You hop along behind it on your right foot, resting the other on the mounting peg, and grasping the tiller with your hands. At the word, you rise on the peg, stiffen your left leg, hang the other one around in the air in a general and indefinite way, lean your stomach against the rear of the saddle, and then fall off. Maybe on one side, maybe on the other, but you fall off. You get up and do it again, and once more, and then several times. By this time you have learned to keep your balance, and also to steer without wrenching the tiller out of the roots. I say tiller because it is a tiller. Handlebar is a lamely descriptive phrase. So you steer along, straight ahead a little while, then you rise forward with a steady strain, bringing your right leg and then your body into the saddle, catch your breath, fetch a violent hitch this way and then that, and down you go again. But you have ceased to mind the going down by this time. You are getting to light on one foot or the other with considerable certainty. 6 more attempts and 6 more falls make you perfect. You land in the saddle comfortably next time, and stay there. That is, if you can be content to let your legs dangle and leave the pedals alone a while. But if you grab at once for the pedals, you are gone again. You soon learn to wait a little and perfect your balance before reaching for the pedals. Then the mounting art is acquired, is complete, and a little practice will make it simple and easy to you. Those spectators ought to keep off a rod or two to one side along at first, if you have nothing against them. And now you come to the voluntary dismount. You learn the other kind first of all. It is quite easy to tell one how to do the voluntary dismount. The words are few, the requirement simple, and apparently undifficult. Let your left pedal go down until your left leg is nearly straight, turn your wheel to the left, and get off as you would from a horse. It certainly does sound exceedingly easy, but it isn't. I don't know why it isn't, but it isn't. Try as you may, you don't get down as you would from a horse. You get down as you would from a house afire. You make a spectacle of yourself every time. 2. During the 8 days I took a daily lesson an hour and a half. At the end of this 12 working hours apprenticeship, I was graduated, in the rough. I was pronounced competent to paddle my own bicycle without outside help. It seems incredible, this celerity of acquirement. It takes considerably longer than that to learn horseback riding in the rough. Now it is true that I could have learned without a teacher, but it would have been risky for me, because of my natural clumsiness. The self-taught man seldom knows anything accurately, and he does not know a tenth as much as he could have known if he had worked under teachers. And besides, he brags, and is the means of fooling other thoughtless people into going and doing as he himself has done. There are those who imagine that the unlucky accidents of lifelong experiences are in some way useful to us. I wish I could find out how. I never knew one of them to happen twice. They always change off and swap around and catch you on your inexperienced side. If personal experience could be worth anything as an education, it wouldn't seem likely that you could trip Methuselah, and yet, if that old person would come back here, it is more than likely that one of the first things he would do would be to take hold of one of these electric wires and tie himself all up in a knot. Now, the surer thing and the wiser thing would be for him to ask somebody whether it was a good thing to take hold of. But that would not suit him. He would be one of the self-taught kind that go by experience. He would want to examine for himself, and he would find, for his instruction, that the coiled patriarch shuns the electric wire, and it would be useful to him too, and would leave his education in quite a complete and rounded-out condition, till he should come again, some day, and go to bouncing a dynamite can around to find what was in it. But we wander from the point. However, get a teacher. It saves much time and Pond's extract. Before taking final leave of me, my instructor inquired concerning my physical strength, and I was able to inform him that I hadn't any. He said that was a defect which would make uphill wheeling pretty difficult for me at first, but he also said the bicycle would soon remove it. The contrast between his muscles and mine was quite marked. He wanted to test mine, so I offered my biceps, which was my best. It almost made him smile. He said, "It is pulpy and soft and yielding and rounded. It evades pressure and glides from under the fingers. In the dark a body might think it was an oyster in a rag." Perhaps this made me look grieved, for he added briskly, "Oh, that's all right. You needn't worry about that. In a little while you can't tell it from a petrified kidney. Just go right along with your practice. You're all right." Then he left me, and I started out alone to seek adventures. You don't really have to seek them. That is nothing but a phrase. They come to you. I chose a reposeful Sabbath day, sort of a back street which was about 30 yards wide between the curbstones. I knew it was not wide enough. Still, I thought that by keeping strict watch and wasting no space unnecessarily, I could crowd through. Of course I had trouble mounting the machine, entirely on my own responsibility, with no encouraging moral support from the outside, no sympathetic instructor to say, "Good, now you're doing well. Good again. Oh, and don't hurry there now. You're all right. Brace up. Go ahead." In place of this I had some other support. This was a boy, who was perched on a gate-post, munching a hunk of maple sugar. He was full of interest and comment. The first time I failed and went down, he said that if he was me, he would dress up in pillows. That's what he would do. The next time I went down, he advised me to go and learn to ride a tricycle first. The third time I collapsed, he said he didn't believe I could stay on a horse-car. But the next time I succeeded, and got clumsily under way in a weaving, tottering, uncertain fashion, and occupying pretty much all the street. My slow and lumbering gait filled the boy to the chin with scorn, and he sung out, "My, but don't he rip along!" And then he got down from his post and loafed along the sidewalk, still observing and occasionally commenting. Presently he dropped into my wake and followed along behind. A little girl passed by, balancing a washboard on her head, and giggled and seemed about to make a remark. The boy said rebukingly, "Let him alone. He's going to a funeral." I have been familiar with that street for years, and had always supposed it was a dead level, but it was not, as the bicycle now informed me, to my surprise. The bicycle in the hands of a novice is as alert and acute as a spirit level in detecting the delicate and vanishing shades of difference in these matters. It notices a rise where your untrained eye would not observe that one existed. It notices any decline which water will run down. I was toiling up a slight rise, but was not aware of it. It made me tug and pant and perspire, and still, labor as I might, the machine came almost to a standstill every little while. At such times the boy would say, "That's it. Take a rest. There ain't no hurry. They can't hold the funeral without you." Stones were a bother to me. Even the smallest ones gave me a panic when I went over them. I could hit any kind of a stone, no matter how small, if I tried to miss it, and of course at first I couldn't help trying to do that. It is part of the ass that is put in us all, for some inscrutable reason. It was the end of my course at last, and it was necessary for me to round to. This is not a pleasant thing, when you undertake it for the first time on your own responsibility, and neither is it likely to succeed. Your confidence oozes away. You fill steadily up with nameless apprehensions. Every fibre of you is tense with a watchful strain. You start a cautious and gradual curve, but your squirmy nerves are all full of electric anxieties, so the curve is quickly demoralized into a jerky and perilous zigzag. Then, suddenly, the nickel-clad horse takes the bit in its mouth and goes slanting for the curbstone, defying all prayers and all your powers to change its mind. Your heart stands still, your breath hangs fire, your legs forget to work. Straight on you go, and there are but a couple of feet between you and the curb now. And now is the desperate moment. The last chance to save yourself. Of course, all your instructions fly out of your head, and you whirl your wheel away from the curb instead of toward it, and so you go sprawling on that granite-bound, inhospitable shore. That was my luck. That was my experience. I dragged myself out from under the indestructible bicycle and sat down on the curb to examine. I started on the return trip. It was now that I saw a farmer's wagon poking along down toward me, loaded with cabbages. If I needed anything to perfect the precariousness of my steering, it was just that. The farmer was occupying the middle of the road with his wagon, leaving barely 14 or 15 yards of space on either side. I couldn't shout at him. A beginner can't shout. If he opens his mouth, he is gone. He must keep all his attention on his business. But in this grisly emergency, the boy came to the rescue, and for once I had to be grateful to him. He kept a sharp lookout on the swiftly varying impulses and inspirations of my bicycle, and shouted to the man accordingly. "To the left! Turn to the left, or this jackass'll run over you." The man started to do it. "No, to the right, to the right! Hold on, that won't do! To the left, to the left, to the left! Right, left! Stay where you are, or you're a goner." And just then I caught the off-horse in the starboard, and went down in a pile. I said, "Hang it! Couldn't you see I was coming?" "Yes, I saw you was coming, but I couldn't tell which way you was coming." "Nobody could now, could they? You couldn't yourself now, could you? So what could I do?" There was something in that, and so I had the magnanimity to say so. I said I was no doubt as much to blame as he was. Within the next 5 days I achieved so much progress that the boy couldn't keep up with me. He had to go back to his gate-post, and content himself with watching me fall at long range. There was a row of low stepping-stones across one end of the street, a measured yard apart. Ever after I got so I could steer pretty fairly. I was so afraid of those stones that I always hit them. They gave me the worst falls I ever got in that street, except those which I got from dogs. I have seen it stated that no expert is quick enough to run over a dog, that a dog is always able to skip out of his way. I think that may be true, but I think the reason he can't run over the dog was because he was trying to. I did not try to run over any dog, but I ran over every dog that came along. I think it makes a great deal of difference. If you try to run over the dog, he knows how to calculate. If you are trying to miss him, he does not know how to calculate, and is liable to jump the wrong way every time. It was always so in my experience. Even when I could not hit a wagon, I could hit a dog that came to see me practice. They all liked to see me practice. They all came, for there was very little going on in our neighborhood to entertain a dog. It took time to learn to miss a dog, but I achieved even that. I can steer as well as I want to now, and I will catch that boy one of these days and run over him if he doesn't reform. Get a bicycle. You will not regret it, if you live. End of Taming a Bicycle, by Mark Twain.
Uncle Sam's Camel Corps by Fred S. Perrine, from the New Mexico Historical Review, Volume 1, Number 4, October 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Uncle Sam's Camel Corps. It is hard for this generation to realize, in the present day of aeroplanes and automobiles, the transportation problems faced by Uncle Sam in the great Southwest 3/4 of a century ago. Guarding the then frontier against the raids of the Apaches, Comanches, and other savage tribes, and locating and building roads through that vast country to the Pacific coast, was indeed a problem. One of the greatest troubles experienced was the transportation of troops and supplies across the arid plains of Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California, and the various mountain chains of the three latter states, or rather territories. Prominent among the leaders of a new scheme of transportation were Major Henry C. Wayne, U.S. Army, and Edward F. Beale, formerly an officer in the Navy, but at that particular time Superintendent of Indian Affairs in California. For years Major Wayne had been an exponent of a system of army transportation in which camels or dromedaries were to be used as a means of conveying troops and supplies across the desert plains of the Southwest from the Mississippi River to California. He was ably seconded by Superintendent Beale, who, as a member of Commodore Stockton's command, had made several trips across the continent to and from Washington, D.C., with dispatches for the government, and who undoubtedly realized, more than anyone else, the necessity of a better means of transportation for the troops and their supplies than the horse and mule trains then being used. Enlisting the support of Honorable Jefferson Davis, who was then Secretary of War, and who was heartily in accord with the experiment, Congress was appealed to for an appropriation to purchase camels and dromedaries, and to provide funds for carrying out the experiment. For several years Secretary Davis made recommendations to Congress, and at last an appropriation of $30,000 was made, which was approved on March 3, 1855. No time was now lost, and on May 10, 1855, Major Wayne was ordered to proceed to the Levant. Lieutenant David D. Porter, then in command of the U.S. storeship Supply, which was at that time in New York Harbor taking in supplies for the Mediterranean Squadron, received instructions to meet Major Wayne at Spezzia after discharging cargo, and to cooperate and act jointly with him in the purchase of such camels and dromedaries as they were able to obtain. Major Wayne's instructions were very explicit. He was to obtain all the information that was possible in England, and especially from the French War Ministry, who had been using camels in Africa for some time. He visited the Zoological Gardens in London, where several camels were in captivity, then proceeded to Paris, where he secured all the information that was available. In the meantime, Lieutenant Porter had arrived at Spezzia, and learning that Major Wayne would not arrive for at least a week, decided to go to Pisa, where there was a herd of about 250 camels, the property of the Grand Duke. Gleaning all the data that he could regarding the habits, etc., of the camel, he returned to Spezzia, where he was met by Major Wayne. Upon comparing notes, they decided that there were a great many things regarding camels that they did not know, and in order to secure this knowledge first hand, they sailed for Tunis, July 30, 1855, where they proposed to buy one camel so that they could study its habits and its management on shipboard. Arriving at Tunis, they made their purchase of a sample camel, and were very agreeably surprised when they were advised by the Bey of Tunis that he would be very much pleased to present to them, as a gift to the President and the people of the United States, a fine camel. On the 9th of August they received 2 camels as gifts instead of one, both stallions, one full grown and the other young. With the 3 camels on board, the ship set sail for Malta, Smyrna, and finally arrived at Constantinople. Reporting from this place, Major Wayne states that on the voyage the camels had given them less trouble than horses would have done, but that one of them showed symptoms of the itch, a very common affliction among camels. After making a trip to the Crimea, where they received considerable information from British officers, they returned to Constantinople, where it was decided to sell the camel which had developed the itch, and also the one which they had purchased in Tunis. Accordingly, they were landed and sold to a butcher, for purposes best known to himself, for 1,096 piastres, equal to about $44. While at Constantinople, our officers were informed that the Sultan wished to present to them 4 fine camels. There was such a delay, however, in getting them from the interior that the ship was compelled to sail for Alexandria, Egypt, without them. In Egypt it was expected that they would be able to purchase 10 dromedaries and 4 camels of burden. Major Wayne bought 5 dromedaries at Cairo, trusting to luck to get a permit to ship them, there being an embargo on their exportation from the country. He applied for permission to export 20 camels, and after much correspondence, permission was granted to ship 2. After a great deal of wire pulling, he received a permit to ship 2 males and 2 females, and it was not until Consul General Edwin de Leon took a hand in the matter that permission was granted for the exportation of 10 camels. In his report, Major Wayne states, quote, "Yesterday, at Mr. de Leon's request, I gave him 2 mini rifles, as he said he had promised them to the Viceroy on the 30th ultimo. To make the gift complete, I added a bullet mold and a swedge." Unquote. This is undoubtedly the answer to the question, how did he get the permit? After the question of the permit was settled, the Viceroy of Egypt decided that he would like to present to the United States 6 of the very finest dromedaries in Egypt. Let us see what Lieutenant Porter has to say about this very valuable present in his report to the Secretary of War. It was very gratifying to me to hear that we were to receive 6 dromedaries from His Highness the Viceroy's own stock. Of course, I expected nothing but the very best blood of Oman or Nubia, knowing that the Eastern potentates take a pride in making presents of the choicest kind. I felt that you would be very much disappointed in our bringing home so few dromedaries, and I was very glad to get the 6 that were promised. The selection of the animals was placed in the hands of the Governor of Alexandria. He passed the matter on to the next in office, and he in turn passed it on still to a kavass or under officer, who went to work to make a handsome profit out of the business. After more than a week's delay and many inquiries on my part as to when we might expect them, I was at last informed that the dromedaries were ready to be delivered to any one I might send for them. I sent an officer to receive them, who returned in a few minutes and informed me that the animals were wretched in appearance and so rotten with disease that he would not take the responsibility of accepting them without further orders. To avoid all mistakes, I went and inspected them myself, and found them infinitely worse than they had been represented. They were not dromedaries at all, but the common street camel of Alexandria, the most ill-used and wretched-looking beast in the world. What made the matter worse, 2 of them had been purchased by Major Wayne in Cairo and rejected on their arrival in Alexandria because they turned out to be diseased, and they were about the best of the lot presented. The whole affair at first looked like a studied insult for the purpose of turning the expedition into ridicule. I promptly refused to receive the present, and the accompanying correspondence took place, which will explain the whole affair to you. I felt that there was some improper course pursued by the subordinates of the Pasha, and I thought it my duty to expose it. Mr. de Leon approved of my course, and warmly seconded my remonstrances. These letters will tend to show how many impediments are thrown in the way of strangers in the prosecution of any purpose in Egypt. The well-intended liberality of His Highness the Viceroy is often turned aside by his subordinates, who thereby reap some small advantage themselves, at the risk even of meeting with severe punishment. This piece of trickery caused another delay of a week, but when it was brought to the notice of His Highness the Viceroy, he put the matter in proper hands, and in 7 days a fair lot of dromedaries were brought down from the interior, and 6 were selected out of 15, 2 males and 4 females. The Supply sailed from Alexandria for Smyrna with 9 dromedaries, 6 of which had been presented by the Viceroy of Egypt and the Tunis Camel. At Alexandria 3 Arabs were hired to accompany the expedition to America and serve for 1 year. The care of the camels was under the direction of Albert Ray, wagon and forage master, who had served in the Mexican War, and who had enlisted with Lieutenant Porter for this particular purpose. Mr. G. H. Heap, who had been sent ahead from Alexandria to Smyrna to purchase the balance of the cargo, had succeeded in his duty, and on the arrival of the Supply at Smyrna, the camels and dromedaries purchased by him were embarked. The roll call of this first cargo of camels was as follow: 1 Tunis camel of burden, male; 1 Sennar dromedary, male; 1 Muscat dromedary, female; 2 Siot dromedaries, males; 4 Siot dromedaries, females; 1 Mount Sinai dromedary, male; 2 Bactrian camels, males; 1 Bugdi or Tuilu male, produce of the Bactrian male and the Arabian female; 4 Arabian camels of burden, males; 15 Arabian camels of burden, females; 1 Arabian camel, 24 days old, male. Total 33. These camels were to be landed at Indianola, Texas, where the expedition expected to arrive about April 15, 1856. On the 13th of April, 1856, the Supply put into Kingston, Jamaica, where they remained about 2 weeks. The arrival of the Supply at Kingston created quite a furor, as few of the inhabitants had ever seen a camel, and on one day more than 4,000 people visited the menagerie aboard the Supply. The voyage so far had been very stormy, and a severe gale and headwinds had prevented their stopping at the Canary Islands, as was the original intention. On April 29, 1856, they made Pass Cavallo, and on the 1st of May were met by the steamer Fashion, Captain Baker with 2 schooners in tow. After making the attempt to transfer one of the camels, they gave it up as a bad job, as there were too many chances of injuring the camels on account of the roughness of the sea. It was decided, therefore, to make for Belize at the mouth of the Mississippi, and so on the 10th of May the camels were transferred to the Fashion in the southwest passage of the Mississippi River. On May 14, 1856, the cargo was safely landed at Powderhorn, Indianola, Texas, 34 camels being brought ashore, being 1 more than they had started with. On the voyage 6 calves were born, of which 4 died, and 1 of the original 33 died. This left 32 of the original stock and 2 calves, all of which were landed safely. The cost of the expedition up to date had been about $8,000, leaving $12,000 placed to the credit of Major Wayne still to be expended. Owing to the very favorable reports which had been made by both officers, together with the fact that more animals were needed to complete the experiment, and also because the appropriation had been only partly expended, Lieutenant Porter received orders dated June 26, 1856, to return to the east for another cargo. He was accompanied by Mr. G. H. Heap, who had proven so valuable on the first expedition. We will leave the second expedition here and take up the story of the first cargo, which had been landed at Indianola. On June 4th, Major Wayne left with the camels and after 13 days' travel arrived at San Antonio. They had been loaded lightly for the trip and all arrived safely and without having caused any trouble. On this trip a female camel was born, which unfortunately survived only 1 day. A camping place had been arranged at the headwaters of the San Pedro, about 2 miles from town. This site was owned by the Corporation of San Antonio and was occupied free of any charge. A few days later, Major Wayne reported that the proximity to town was not beneficial to either the men or animals, and the camp was moved out to the Medina to the ranch of Major Howard of San Antonio, with whom temporary arrangements had been made. After several weeks of investigation, a permanent camp was made at Green Valley and named Camp Verde, where buildings were erected to shelter the animals. During this interval, 2 of the animals had died, both females, one evidently from a heavy blow or blows inflicted on the neck of the animal, and the other from causes unknown. And now we come to a very interesting item, not only an historical item, but one which shows that every effort was made to put the camel in as favorable light as possible with the powers that were. Major Wayne wrote to Secretary Davis that he was enclosing herewith a pair of socks knit for the President by Mrs. Mary A. Shirkey of Victoria, Texas, lately of Virginia, from the pile of one of our camels. There is no record to show whether President Pierce received these socks, or if Secretary Davis confiscated them for his own use. During the year 1856, several expeditions were made with the first lot of camels, and the reports made by the several officers in charge showed that they were satisfactory in every respect and were superior to the horse and mule trains with which they were tried out. Lieutenant Porter, reporting from Smyrna, November 14, 1856, states, "We shall sail tomorrow for the United States. Mr. Heap has purchased a beautiful lot of animals, all young. 6 of the camels have been presented by the Sultan through our minister at Constantinople. We shall sail with 44 camels in all. I think our present home voyage will be about the same as last, and if the steamer will be ready on the 20th of January, I hope by that time to get to the mouth of the Mississippi." Owing to storms, headwinds, and bad weather, Porter did not arrive at his destination until January 30th, and on February 10, 1857, 41 camels were landed at Indianola in good condition, 3 having died on the voyage. In all, 75 camels and dromedaries reached the United States in safety, enough to make the experiment. They were tried out in different ways and on different expeditions in the Southwest, and every officer who was connected with these expeditions reported very favorably on their use. The following news item, dated Los Angeles, California, November 23, 1857, and appearing in the Portland, Oregon, Oregonian, December 26, 1857, gives an idea of the general opinion of the different officers who had come in contact with the Camel Corps. Quote, "The camels are coming, and the camels have come. On the 9th instant, just as the express wagon wheeled out of one end of town with the Los Angeles budgets for San Francisco, 2 tall forerunners of the dromedary line, ridden by Lieutenant Beale and companion, came trotting in with a speedy and somewhat altitudinous motion at the other end with their Atlantic budgets. Their approach made quite a stir among the native population, most of whom had never seen the like, and by the time the docile creatures were kneeling at the door of the hotel for their masters to dismount, the caravan was perfectly surrounded and obscured. After a day's stoppage they took up their burdens and set out with their long measure trot for Fort Tejon, where I believe the remainder of the train, 25 in number, will bring up. This mode of traversing the great plains and mountains will succeed. One of the company informed me that these animals would climb a mountain with a load on its back, where a mule could not get up without a load, even getting down on their knees to make the ascent of the steepest places. They thrive on greasewood, eat the cactus without burning off the prickles, and live well where our domestic animals would die." End quote. While a great majority of the Army officers who had come in contact with the camels were very much in favor of their being retained in the service, the mule skinners of the Army did not share their opinion, and abused the animals in many ways. At the beginning of the Civil War, the camel stations in Texas passed into the hands of the Confederates, from whom they received scant attention. The writer has found only one record showing that they were made use of by them. A paragraph taken from the Portland, Oregon Oregonian of November 20, 1865, reads as follows, quote, "A correspondent asked the other day what had become of the camels the U.S. had in Texas before the war. We have come upon traces of one of these animals which seemed to have joined the rebels. The Memphis Argus says the first effort to introduce the camel into this country was in process of successful experiment when the war came and put a stop to it. One of the camels originally imported for the purpose fell into the hands of one of Sterling Price's captains of infantry, commanding a company from Noxubee County, Mississippi, who used it all through the war to carry his own and the whole company's baggage. Many a time on the march he might have been seen swinging easily along under a little mountain of carpet sacks, cooking utensils, blankets, etc., amounting in all to at least 1,200 pounds." New York Post. Many were allowed to escape from the different camps, and they wandered over the plains and desert places of the Southwest. There are numerous recorded instances where soldiers or hunters have seen or pursued them, these instances occurring with decreasing frequency as late as 1893. In 1901, wild camels were seen in the deserts of Arizona and Sonora, Mexico. One band of 3 wandered up into Arkansas during the Civil War, where they were captured by Union forces and sent to a point on the Des Moines River in Iowa, where they were later ordered to be sold at public auction. On September 9, 1863, the last of the herd in California, 35 in number, were ordered sold at public auction, and were purchased by Samuel McLaughlin, in whose care they had been for some time. It is probable that most of the animals found their way into menageries and zoological gardens. At the close of the Civil War, the camels remaining at Camp Verde, Texas, numbered 44, and in March 1866 were ordered sold at auction. The bids were opened at New Orleans and were respectively $5, $10, and $31 each. They were sold to Colonel Bethel Coopwood at $31 each and delivered to him at San Antonio, Texas, and he kept them in that vicinity until the end of the year, when they were driven into Mexico. In January 1867, 12 of them were sold to a circus, and the remainder appear to have been, during the next 15 years, disposed of in the same manner. As late as 1903, the San Antonio Express speaks of having observed in one of the Midway shows which had exhibited in that city a camel which carried the U.S. brand. Of the 75 camels imported by the War Department, nothing but the skeleton of one of them remains in the possession of the government. This animal was killed by one of its mates at Fort Tejon, California, and its skeleton reposes in the National Museum at Washington, D.C. End of Uncle Sam's Camel Corps by Fred S. Perrine.
Walking and Cycling. Chapter 3 of Afoot in England, by W. H. Hudson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Walking and Cycling, by W. H. Hudson. We know that there cannot be progression without retrogression, or gain with no corresponding loss, and often on my wheel, when flying along the roads at a reckless rate of very nearly 9 miles an hour, I have regretted that time of limitations, galling to me then, when I was compelled to go on foot. I am a walker still, but with other means of getting about I do not feel so native to the earth as formerly. That is a loss. Yet a poorer walker it would have been hard to find, and on even my most prolonged wanderings the end of each day usually brought extreme fatigue. This, too, although my only companion was slow, slower than the poor proverbial snail or tortoise, and I would leave her half a mile or so behind to force my way through unkept hedges, climb hills, and explore woods and thickets to converse with every bird and shy little beast and scaly creature I could discover. But mark what follows. In the late afternoon I would be back in the road or footpath, satisfied to go slow, then slower still, until the snail in woman's shape would be obliged to slacken her pace to keep me company, and even to stand still at intervals to give me needful rest. But there were compensations, and one, perhaps the best of all, was that this method of seeing the country made us more intimate with the people we met and stayed with. They were mostly poor people, cottagers in small remote villages, and we too were poor, often footsore, in need of their ministrations, and nearer to them on that account than if we had travelled in a more comfortable way. I can recall 100 little adventures we met with during those wanderings, when we walked day after day, without map or guide-book as our custom was, not knowing where the evening would find us, but always confident that the people to whom it would fall in the end to shelter us would prove interesting to know and would show us a kindness that money could not pay for. Of these 100 little incidents let me relate one. It was near the end of a long summer day when we arrived at a small hamlet of about a dozen cottages on the edge of an extensive wood, a forest it is called, and coming to it we said that here we must stay, even if we had to spend the night sitting in a porch. The men and women we talked to all assured us that they did not know of anyone who could take us in, but there was Mr. Brownjohn, who kept the shop and was the right person to apply to. Accordingly we went to the little general shop and heard that Mr. Brownjohn was not at home. His housekeeper, a fat, dark, voluble woman with prominent black eyes, who minded the shop in the master's absence, told us that Mr. Brownjohn had gone to a neighbouring farmhouse on important business, but was expected back shortly. We waited, and by he returned, a shabbily dressed, weak-looking little old man, with pale blue eyes and thin yellowish-white hair. He could not put us up, he said. He had no room in his cottage. There was nothing for us but to go on to the next place, a village 3 miles distant, on the chance of finding a bed there. We assured him that we could go no further, and after revolving the matter a while longer he again said that we could not stay, as there was not a room to be had in the place since poor Mrs. Flowerdew had her trouble. She had a spare room and used to take in a lodger occasionally, and a good handy woman she was too. But now, no, Mrs. Flowerdew could not take us in. We questioned him, and he said that no one had died there and there had been no illness. They were all quite well at Mrs. Flowerdew's. The trouble was of another kind. There was no more to be said about it. As nothing further could be got out of him, we went in search of Mrs. Flowerdew herself, and found her in a pretty vine-clad cottage. She was a young woman, very poorly dressed, with a pleasing but careworn face, and she had 4 small, bright, healthy, happy-faced children. They were all grouped round her as she stood in the doorway to speak to us, and they too were poorly dressed and poorly shod. When we told our tale, she appeared ready to burst into tears. Oh, how unfortunate it was that she could not take us in! It would have made her so happy, and the few shillings would have been such a blessing. But what could she do now? The landlord's agent had put in a distress and carried off and sold all her best things. Every stick out of her nice spare room had been taken from them. Oh, it was cruel! As we wished to hear more, she told us the whole story. They had got behindhand with the rent, but that had often been the case, only this time it happened that the agent wanted a cottage for a person he wished to befriend, and so gave them notice to quit. But her husband was a high-spirited man and determined to stick to his rights, so he informed the agent that he refused to move until he received compensation for his improvements. Questioned about these improvements, she led us through to the back to show us the ground, about half an acre in extent, part of which was used as a paddock for the donkey, and on the other part there were about a dozen rather sickly-looking young fruit trees. Her husband, she said, had planted the orchard and kept the fence of the paddock in order, and they refused to compensate him. Then she took us up to the spare room, empty of furniture, the floor thick with dust. The bed, table, chairs, wash-hand stand, toilet service, the things she had been so long struggling to get together, saving her money for months and months, and making so many journeys to the town to buy, all he had taken away and sold for almost nothing. Then, actually with tears in her eyes, she said that now we knew why she couldn't take us in, why she had to seem so unkind. But we are going to stay, we told her. It was a very good room. She could surely get a few things to put in it, and in the meantime we would go and forage for provisions to last us till Monday. It is odd to find how easy it is to get what one wants by simply taking it. At first she was amazed at our decision, then she was delighted and said she would go out to her neighbours and try to borrow all that was wanted in the way of furniture and bedding. Then we returned to Mr. Brownjohn's to buy bread, bacon, and groceries, and he in turn sent us to Mr. Marling for vegetables. Mr. Marling heard us, and soberly taking up a spade and other implements, led us out to his garden and dug us a mess of potatoes while we waited. In the meantime good Mrs. Flowerdew had not been idle, and we formed the idea that her neighbours must have been her debtors for unnumbered little kindnesses, so eager did they now appear to do her a good turn. Out of one cottage a woman was seen coming burdened with a big roll of bedding. From others children issued bearing cane chairs, basin and ewer, and so on, and when we next looked into our room we found it swept and scrubbed, mats on the floor, and quite comfortably furnished. After our meal in the small parlour, which had been given up to us, the family having migrated into the kitchen, we sat for an hour by the open window, looking out on the dim forest, and saw the moon rise, a great golden globe above the trees, and listened to the reeling of the nightjars. So many were the birds, reeling on all sides at various distances, that the evening air seemed full of their sounds, far and near, like many low, tremulous, sustained notes blown on reeds, rising and falling, overlapping and mingling. And presently from the bushes close by, just beyond the weedy, forlorn little orchard, sounded the rich, full, throbbing prelude to the nightingale's song, and that powerful melody that in its purity and brilliance invariably strikes us with surprise seemed to shine out, as it were, against the background of that diffused, mysterious purring of the nightjars, even as the golden disk of the moon shone against and above the darkening skies and dusky woods. And as we sat there, gazing and listening, a human voice came out of the night, a call prolonged and modulated, like the coo-ee of the Australian bush, far off and faint, but the children in the kitchen heard it at the same time, for they too had been listening, and instantly went mad with excitement. "Father!" they all screamed together. "Father's coming!" And out they rushed and away they fled down the darkening road, exerting their full voices in shrill answering cries. We were anxious to see this unfortunate man, who was yet happy in a loving family. He had gone early in the morning in his donkey cart to the little market town, 14 miles away, to get the few necessaries they could afford to buy. Doubtless they would be very few. We had not long to wait, as the white donkey that drew the cart had put on a tremendous spurt at the end, notwithstanding that the 4 youngsters had climbed in to add to his burden. But what was our surprise to behold in the charioteer a tall, gaunt, grey-faced old man, with long white hair and beard. He must have been 70, that old man with a young wife and 4 happy, bright-eyed little children. We could understand it better when he finally settled down in his corner in the kitchen and began to relate the events of the day, addressing his poor little wife, now busy darning or patching an old garment, while the children, clustered at his knee, listened as to a fairy tale. Certainly this white-haired man had not grown old in mind. He was keenly interested in all he saw and heard, and he had seen and heard much in the little market town that day. Cattle and pigs and sheep and shepherds and sheepdogs, farmers, shopkeepers, dealers, publicans, tramps and gentlefolks in carriages and on horseback, shops too, with beautiful new things in the windows, millinery, agricultural implements, flowers and fruit and vegetables, toys and books and sweeties of all colours, and the people he had met on the road and at market, and what they had said to him about the weather and their business and the prospects of the year, how their wives and children were, and the clever jokes they had made, and his own jokes, which were the cleverest of all. If he had just returned from Central Africa or from Tibet, he could not have had more to tell them, nor told it with greater zest. We went to our room, but until the small hours the wind of the old traveller's talk could still be heard at intervals from the kitchen, mingled with occasional shrill explosions of laughter from the listening children. It happened that on the following day, spent in idling in the forest and about the hamlet, conversing with the cottagers, we were told that our old man was a bit of a humbug, that he was a great talker, with 100 schemes for the improvement of his fortunes, and incidentally for the benefit of his neighbours and the world at large, but nothing came of it all, and he was now fast sinking into the lowest depths of poverty. Yet who would blame him? 'Tis the nature of the gorse to be unprofitably gay. All that, however, is a question for the moralist. The point now is that in walking, even in that poor way, when on account of physical weakness it was often a pain and weariness, there are alleviations which may be more to us than positive pleasures, and scenes to delight the eye that are missed by the wheelman in his haste, or but dimly seen or vaguely surmised in passing. Green refreshing nooks, and crystal streamlets, and shadowy woodland depths with glimpses of a blue sky beyond, all in the wilderness of the human heart. End of Walking and Cycling, Chapter 3 of Afoot in England, by W. H. Hudson.